We're back, day 8 of the American Cup. It's the grand final, and we have the number 1 versus the number 2 American player to follow. It's Hikaru Nakamura versus Fabiano Caruana. And together with James Conti III, Jon Ludvig, will help guide you through the intricacies of what's going to happen. But it must be said, James, the last time Hikaru played the white pieces against Fabiano, that was just earlier this week in this same tournament. He agreed to a draw in just 15 moves.
Yeah, I remember that. In fact, I think he has white today. Well, with him having white today, I think he's going to push where, I have the white pieces. I want to try to play my best here, take that, first move advantage. As you see at the top level here, having white, they say win with white, draw with black. So, we want to try to win here is I think Hikaru's mindset, especially having white in this first game. Maybe try to take it to Fabi. If not, obviously draw and play solid as I can with the black pieces in the next game. But we will see what happens. What do you think is going to happen today? Is he going to try to push, or you think he's going to play more conservative?
Well, I'm curious, right? Because Hikaru has been playing the Catalan opening throughout this tournament. He played it against Mishra, which was, he didn't have a big advantage, but he got a position where often the stronger player wins. He played it against Dominguez, and he played it against Fabi last time round. And frankly, it hasn't been much of a success for him. So personally, what I'm hoping is going to happen is that Hikaru moves over to the king pawn openings instead, because we had some really interesting games yesterday. Oh, that's a mouse slip from me. Where Fabiano played the Sicilian against Levon Aronian, and we got this really interesting pawn formation in those Caruana-Aronian games. So I would actually really like to see this, but then Hikaru would need to have some kind of idea here for white.
Yeah, that's going to be fun because we know we're going to get some spice and some type of fight when the Sicilian is on the board. So if we see that, we're going to see a fight. E5, if E4, E5, of course, obviously, Fabi being one of the greatest experts on both sides of the Roy Lopez or the Spanish. So maybe we might see that. Could be kind of boring. They say the Spanish torture in a way is what they label it sometimes. It's a lot of maneuvering, a lot of long
Yeah,
games,
but
stuff
at
like
the
that.
same time, if he goes with the king pawn, then Hikaru can use the Italian against Fabi, use his
Ooh,
own weapon
against
against
him,
him. If nothing
diabolical.
else, it will help figure out kind of what Fabiano thinks about what the best moves are for black in some of these situations. But no, Hikaru, he sticks to his guns. He's been playing pawn to d4 throughout this tournament, and he does it again. C4, Queen's Gambit challenging in towards the center. Fabi keeps the center defended with his pawn. Knight out from Hikaru, knight out from Fabi, and now pawn to g3. That signalizes the Catalan opening. Hikaru is sticking to his guns.
Yeah, Catalan. Hey, there's one thing I learned about Catalan recently. I used to think it was just, oh my goodness, this is so boring. Like, oh, what is this, right? But I've looked at a lot of different variations recently where you can kind of go where you want with the Catalan, especially when they take the pawn on c4. These positions can be sharp. Of course, there's also theory up to move, obviously 30, where stuff can be panned out to a draw. But there is lots of sharpness to the Catalan that I didn't know about. In fact, actually studying a lot of Dubov's games, you'll see a lot of aggressive type of Catalan games and just things that are off the wall, to say the least. Nice C6
We're
here.
getting some interesting stuff now
Yeah.
because Fabi is playing a variation where black often tries to hold on to the extra pawn that you grabbed early on.
Mhm.
Just to note for everyone watching what the difference is today compared to 3 days ago when they played this same opening. Fabi took the pawn again, like he did last time. But last time he moved his knight out first so that he could move his rook in afterwards and
Mhm.
then support his most advanced pawn. That allowed Hikaru to immediately go fetch that pawn back. Now, instead, Fabi goes pawn to a6. And the ideas of getting the queen out early to get this pawn back no longer works because you're already there with that pawn formation, protecting the pawns up the board. But this does cost black a move compared to the knight first and then rook out of the diagonal variations. So Hikaru just ignores this pawn for now, just continues playing down a pawn, castles his king, and after Fabi moves the knight out, now knight to d2 from Hikaru, very interesting move, sacrificing the pawn in the center of the board. This pawn is no longer protected by the queen. Fabi can make the capture, but if you make the capture, to be honest, I don't really know what's going on here, but at the very least, a trade of knights would lead to this bishop already pointing out through the board, which could be pretty strong. Instead, Fabi goes b5, so he goes for that formation with the pawns defending one another, and I think this will lead to a sacrifice of Fabiano's rook in the corner of the board, because that rook is now exposed on the diagonal with white's bishop.
In fact, Shadon in chat says there's a line with b5, knight e5, knight takes e5, bishop takes a8, we can sack the rook. I said in chat that that line is crazy, and it is. In fact, this is a very sharp line where, of course, there's chances for both sides. We may actually go down that. He's inviting that line to happen. So as I said before, the Catalan, you see the Catalan, you're like, oh, Catalan's so boring. And then you get these type of positions where, of course, it really can go any way. So it's the intricacies of the Catalan in itself. But we're going to see, is 95, is there any other moves they play here? I'm only familiar with the 95 move, but what do you think?
I'm not familiar with anything here. This knight to b2 has taken me out of my Catalan knowledge. It has not taken Hikaru out of his knowledge, though, because he plays this pawn forward to b3 very, very quick. He's not interested in winning the rook in the corner, at least not immediately. He's offering the trade with black's pawn, but if the pawn captures, maybe now you grab the rook, and you grab the rook under favorable circumstances. I could imagine that something like this, it's nice to have gotten rid of the most aggressive black pawn, and you can take that pawn back afterwards to really showcase that you've gotten your pieces quickly into the game.
There's also a line, I think, that c3 is actually better for white, and with knight b1, and after b4, I can't remember if it was queen c2 or a3. Something like that. Maybe it's something else, but it's this was theory that I glanced at and was like, this is insane, but I didn't really like it as much. So I know queen c2 is some type of move at some point for whatever reason. Also a3, maybe 95, but this stuff gets very, very sharp here. So I'm excited to actually see what happens, because we're already into some type of weird Catalan, to say the least. So let's see if I was going to play takes, or he's going to play c3, because allowing b takes c4 is probably not the greatest for Fabi.
Yeah, I agree. Allowing that pawn to be captured doesn't feel right, because not only are you losing a pawn, you're also allowing the white pieces to put further pressure on the black pawns afterwards. It's a very, very good sign, not to jinx it, but Hikaru seems very comfortable. He has been leaving the board after making his moves repeatedly, while Fabi is pondering his options here.
Do you do that, Hammer? Do you leave the board a lot, or do you sit where you were like, I'm just sitting, I'm locked in? I like to do it for the psych part of like make a move fast, especially when you're in theory. When you're in your prep, make your move, get up. I love that from Hikaru. I love seeing that. What about you? Do you do that?
I think I leave the board quite a lot, but the thing is, I'm such a slow thinker, so I always use all my time.
Okay.
Which means I'm sitting at the board quite a lot, simply because I'm sitting at the board when my clock is ticking, right?
Calculating, yes. Nice. Very nice. It's good to see Hikaru walking around confident. That's generally what that means. It's b3, and we see what Fabi plays.
Fabi's getting a lot of positive feedback. I've seen some Reddit threads
really
about how Fabiano is such so good in the opening, but right now,
well, right now
he's the one sweating.
Yeah. Yeah, and in Catalan positions too as well. Like I think they say you just did nothing wrong and lost the game. If you heard that quote before, but like that's how it is in Catalan sometimes, where you are playing from the black side, and like you develop your pieces and you seem fine, but then it's really the bishop on G2 and the queen side pressure that really you know beats you. Somehow you lost, and that's how it happens in Catalans. It is quite annoying from the black side here, and Fabi being one of the most prepared players is actually thinking here in the opening definitely is a good sign for Hikaru.
And I mean, it's not like Fabiano has been playing that normal way of getting your pieces out, right? He's
Yeah.
still 2 moves away from castling, and that's not going to happen anytime soon with the pressure always happening on the opposite flank of the board. So this is quite a risky position for Black if you don't know what you're doing. Personally, I suspect Fabiano is reasonably versed in this, but he hasn't looked at it in a while, and he needs to refresh his memory on what was it I was supposed to do in this case. And if he doesn't remember properly, then this could be a serious issue for him.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's between C3 and C takes B3. I remember from some theory, just play C3 and B4, and you're supposed to be fine with black. Now, of course, from here, obviously, you got to figure out what fine is. But, this is the way to go, apparently. C3 and B4, and then play chess. So maybe just get the pieces out, maybe try to find some plans, obviously, depending on what white plays. We know A3 is going to be coming at some point to break up B4 and
Well,
C3.
I mean, you have to play a3 now, right?
Right.
Because if you don't play a3, look at these black pawns. Look at how they're restricting all the options for the white knight. If white doesn't break down these black pawns immediately, the knight is just never getting back into the game. And the one thing that's saving white here is that after a3, black is unable to preserve the pawn inside white's half, because after takes, you have got these pawns restricting the knight, but you've also opened up on the edge of the board, allowing the white rook to capture blacks. So if this does happen and the knight has to go back to its starting position, it is because white feels like you can force the pawns further forward, so far forward that they become exposed, and you can use your pawns to kick them back.
And here we go with the move. C3 has been played. C3 on the board.
Hikaru could have gotten a big time advantage here if he was just sitting at the board throughout.
Yeah, just knight b1. Forced move, by the way. No other move to put the knight on, or knight square to put the knight on. So knight b1. He's losing time because he's like walking back to the board.
Well, I mean, walking back to the board, if he was in the room, he would have walked back to the board already, right? And now it's not like there's a lot of other people playing at the same time. We only have 2 games to offer you today. It is the grand final in the open section with Karana and Nakamura, and it's the grand final, a replay of well, actually both the final in the women's section and the open is the winner bracket final all over again with Tatev Abrahamian managing to knock out Irina Krush yesterday. She's getting another shot at young Alice Lee.
In great form, Tatev is, of course. Plus, you get a lot of confidence lots of times when you do have performances like this. You can definitely have a boost of confidence, which will help. Obviously, Magnus talks a lot about confidence, so having that and having the result here is very big for Tatev. So got that extra shot at Alice, but you are going to have to bring your best because Alice is in excellent form.
I mean, Hikaru still has more time now than when the game started, but if he had just been sitting at the board all the time here, he would have had a 4 extra minutes.
Yep, look at that, guys. I mean, Hikaru out talking, signing autographs, getting coffee when he got a game to play. Only move here is knight to b1 as we wait for Hikaru to come back and play the move instantly. And then b4 is going to follow.
So
Queen a3 and then
normally
rook b8 maybe.
players aren't too stressed out at the beginning of the game, but considering that the time format for this event doesn't give you any extra time after 40 moves.
Whoa, it doesn't.
No, so I would.
No full extra time.
Hikaru himself talked about how getting a time edge out of the opening can be so important. And to me, it seems like he was better prepared for this opening. But one of the benefits of being better prepared is that you're supposed to get a time advantage, and now that is crumbling away, and we don't know why. We're gonna have to ask him after the game.
What were you doing?
Right now, he is genuinely missing.
Genuinely missing. Paging Hikaru to your game. It is your move. It is your move. Chat, where is Hikaru? Where is Hikaru? Chat, where is he?
Well, he's not there. The super zoom on the Fabi cam. But where's Waldo? He's not there.
He's not there. So now sending out a search party, please. Please. He just doesn't care. Yeah, he literally doesn't care. Yeah, we get it. Saving world. Transform into
Why do you need to leave the board when the game has just started? Well, so if you hit your preparation, what often will happen is that you feel a lot of excited and or nervous energy. So a lot of people like to move away from the board just to not kind of let their opponent know about how they're feeling at the moment. But obviously Hikaru, he doesn't need to think. When he did return to the board, he played his moves instantly. It's very clear Hikaru is still within something he had prepared ahead of time. And now he is breaking down these black pawns. The black pawns are super dangerous because they're massively restricting the movement of White's knight. But by playing this pawn to a3, Hikaru is going to manage to trade off the b4 pawn. And without the b4 pawn, Fabi's not going to be able to protect the next guy in the chain.
So maybe something like a rook b8 from Fabi here, just getting off of that whole diagonal. Maybe you could play bishop e7, but that doesn't make any sense. It feels like the knight's just too loose on c6, allowing 95 there so many times. At some point, it's going to be bad. So maybe developing bishop b7, rook b8, or bishop d7, which feels a little weird with bishop d7. 95 maybe too.
A lot to choose between for Fabi, but even being gifted 5 extra minutes without Hikaru at the board, Fabi had not made up his mind.
So many options. And of course, that's a good and a bad thing, especially even in winning positions. Maybe winning, but you got 5-10 ways to win. And you pick the wrong one lots of times. Or it's difficult. You create, let them have counterplay. And Fabi here trying to figure out what is the best route to play here. I think he's going to go with rook b8, just a natural get off of the line, as that diagonal is vicious.
Yeah, potentially very scary with the white bishop pointing down. I agree with you. I think the rook should get off that immediately.
Let's see.
That would also threaten pushing the pawn forward, right?
a5, right?
Because then if the pawn now pushes forward, there's no rook to be captured on a8. And this kind of situation,
that's
just
crazy.
These 2 pawns kills.
Eva Bar says -2, like almost -3, and not down any material really, but the pawn, I think. But wow.
Down a pawn, but also down a knight, because the knight can never get into the game.
No, that's fire.
Let's check in with the girls. Alice Lee with the white pieces. That is the color she had.
Whoa, that's a hanging pawn. What is this? What was this opening?
This is
What is
some
this?
more theory, more preparation afoot.
Man, this is
We
crazy.
also here had a Queen's Gambit decline. Same position here as in the guy's game. Of course, there Hikaru played pawn to g3, which is the Catalan opening. Alice instead moves the knight out, making it a normal Queen's Gambit declined. A knight in front of the bishop, in front of the queen. It looks a bit strange, but this is becoming very popular lately. One of the ideas is that if the bishop goes to f4, which in later years has been considered the best square for that bishop, you now have some trickery with pawn takes pawn, and then this amazing move, pawn to b5, trying to hold on, very similar to what Fabi was doing, trying to hold on to the extra pawn. Now, here it's a bit different because Fabi also pushed a pawn on the side, right? So he had the three pawns working together, defending each other. Here, white can just get a pawn back by making this capture, but the disadvantage of that is how it exposes your king. And here, bishop forward, check on the king. The knight can go back to block that check, but then knight to d5 attacks the bishop, attacks the knight, and the knight cannot move because of the bishop's pressure on the king. And this is a point of contention where the players are debating who has the better of it in this kind of situation.
Yeah, this is some set B5 actually. I'm a fan of the Manhattan variations actually with this knight B to D7 quite quickly and stuff like that. But man, that was vicious. This whole line is like kind of wild here. I do like it from both sides here. I do like the knight BD7 stuff, and then Gukesh like bishop B4, like yeah, with this instead, maybe more of a bishop B4-ish and C5 with knight D5 stuff. Very quick. Well, you kind of pointed that out though with knight D5. Generally, there's no exchange. Yeah, check. Yeah, stuff like that. So I think it's gonna be fun though. What do you play, A3 or do we take the pawn? Maybe we can take and defend with Rook C1 at the end.
I think
Nice.
I think normally you go a3
Yikes! And after
and
knight
then
takes, queen
knight
D2.
takes and then you go queen d2
That's
because you're
crazy,
saying
bro.
you don't have to take back because you're attacking both of them afterwards. And here I did see in the European Championship this week, someone played bishop takes pawn, basically
Whoa,
saying that you
that's
can't take
sick.
both of them at the same time. But the move that I remember from back in the day, which I think is still holds its own, is knight back to d5. You can also play knight to e2, which is a bit of a funny
That's
move.
funky, bro. 92 is a crazy.
But in either
That's
case, the
funny.
idea is that knight will take the bishop, and you get this very weird pawn formation where white has three isolated pawns, but white is very likely to win the black pawn on c4. So very often black ends up being down a pawn, but because white's pawns are so easy to attack, it should be okay for black. It's going to be an interesting one. Alice has taken the challenge. She took the pawn, and we'll stick with that. But in the meantime, Fabi did not move his rook. He did not evacuate the Catalan bishop diagonal. And Hikaru has responded instantly with knight to e5, moving the knight away from the bishop's of standing in the way of the bishop's pressure, and now already making some attacks.
Oh wow. Yeah, that's nice. Okay, maybe 95 here now. Yeah, you I think you might be forced. Like Queen D6 running the bishop F4. It's kind of annoying. Queen D7, 95 takes. Yeah, you would lose some material there. Yeah, I mean, is there any other move? And maybe you can go Queen D6, but Bishop F4 is a very annoying move.
To me, there seems to be a lot of moves. But let's try and rule some stuff out, I guess. If knight takes knight is not gonna work. Well, actually, it could work. Knight takes knight, bishop takes pawn, rook
A7.
attacks bishop. Oh no, yeah, because I was thinking bishop back, then I wanted to go a5 because I wanted these pawns to work against the knight, but I forgot my knight is also under attack through the center.
There's
So
also
here
like,
you would
yeah, it's
need to
crazy.
prioritize this one, and
Right.
then yeah,
Takes.
then white is just opening up along the side of the board, which is going to be pretty good. So the capture not going to happen. And that very much limits it because you do have to deal with the attack against the knight. I guess your knight d5 makes a lot of sense because it just stands in the way of this pressure. One of the disadvantages of putting that knight in the center is that it's going to make it easier for white to push their pawn up and attack. But, however,
Ooh, knight
that
b6.
pawn then will stand in the way of the great bishop, right? So you got a nice center with the pawns, but you've ruined your coordination by blocking your own bishop.
Knight b6, actually. Yeah, this looks Vienna-ish now. Like you would see the Vienna Queen's Gambit decline variation of the Vienna, where you do bring this knight around to b6, you provoke the e4 and stuff like that. And these pawns now become targets, but it's quite different with pawns on c3 and b4 here, which could really actually, I think, practically even benefit black here. This is just different, but it's still a lot of play here. Obviously, white has a very aggressive intention of f4 or 5 at some point, maybe bishop e3. You do have to kind of defend d4. So maybe taking on c6, bishop e3, play f4, f5, and have some type of attacking ideas here for sure. But I mean, black is not worse, to say the least.
Yeah, and I guess we still have to remember this a5 plan, right? Because anytime black manages to preserve all of these pawns, that's very problematic for the knight,
Right.
which no longer has a way to get into the game with all of these squares covered by the black pawns.
Yeah, you don't want to sacrifice on c3. So we have to play this
But
the most accurately.
I'm actually a bit baffled that Bobby would play into this without being better prepared. I gotta say, knight to d2 is not a very common move, but I swear I've seen it played before. And when you play such a tricky opening like Fabiano does here, he's grabbed a pawn early on. He's not doing anything to make sure that his king is getting castled. When you're playing such tricky variations, you got to know about all the possibilities, including the uncommon ones, such as knight d2. But Hikaru has really succeeded here in putting a lot of pressure, at the very least on the clock, but presumably also on the board, because Fabiano wouldn't take this long if he was comfortable and knew what was going on.
Which, of course, I mean, chess is chess, right? Thinking as a lot of thinking, and not only just on the board, but the psych part here. I'm sure Hikaru knows this. He knows Fabi so many games. Oh, you are not prepared here. I can feel a slight edge of confidence here. I'm playing with white. You're not moving as fast as you generally do. I know that you are out of theory. We know. I know that you know that I know you're out of theory. So it could be a clash of literally me being obviously better on time and better in a position, having this looked at this, prepped it before you have, Hikaru, and then Fabi saying, I'm going to try to figure this out on the board, but I'm losing a lot of time. In fact, down 14 minutes already, right? So, yeah, of course, I still have an hour and 15 minutes left, but this time goes fast, right? As we both know from playing and calculating. You have an hour 15, but in 15 minutes, you think another 15, you're down to an hour. You think another 15, now you're at 45 minutes. And then you start thinking about time trouble, right? And we're not even in the middle game yet.
And I mean, I can't help but shake the feeling that this 15-minute time advantage, it could have been 25.
Yeah,
It could have been
he was
20,
out there
I guess
signing autographs,
23.
getting coffee.
Yeah. because there was one moment where Hikaru immediately, when returning to the board, he knew everything he wanted to do, but he was away from the board for so long that Fabi got to sit there for 4 minutes and 30 seconds thinking about what to do. And despite getting those seconds, which normally I wouldn't care about, but as I mentioned, because they don't get additional time after 40 moves, every second counts in this format. And despite getting those extra minutes, Fabi still seems a bit unsure about what to do and how to deal with this early pawn sacrifice from Hikaru.
Yeah, it's the intricacies of the Catalan where it's, you think you're going to be fine and everything. I can just play it and then play the board. And then you get into these positions where, like, I was not expecting this from a Catalan. I didn't want this and I didn't look at this. So that's the kind of worst place to be in, is being in a sharp position against a very strong player that we know have definitely looked at this. And I haven't. So now I'm sitting here burning time trying to figure it out on the board. Confidence maybe a little bit rattled just because you're annoyed. I didn't see this. I didn't prep this. I have to play the board here. Hikaru's moving fast, getting up from the board. All these things come into play. But you do have to be accurate, or at least try to be, with what I have on the board here. So got a few moves at hand, knight d5. And did we look at 95? 95 is a ridiculous move, though. This doesn't make sense. Takes, and like take on b4, white's out.
I don't know about lights out, but
Oh, knight's
it
out.
does
The
seem.
knight's out.
Oh yeah.
Not lights out. Definitely not.
It
Yeah.
definitely seems a
Oh.
bit problematic because when the bishop then comes in to protect the pawn,
Mhm.
knight attacks both the queen and the bishop. And after takes and the bishop coming out, your problem now is that this white bishop is pointed at the f8 square, and you're not allowed to castle if the square the king has to traverse is being controlled by an enemy piece. So if you want a castle, you cannot be in check. The square you move through cannot be under threat, and of course you cannot land on a square that the opponent controls. And that same thing applies for the other direction as well. So if you want to castle queenside, you cannot be attacked on these squares, and kingside, you can't be attacked here, which then is a major issue if Hikaru manages to point his bishop in that direction. We have a question from chat. Rahila asks, why do you assume that Hikaru wasn't thinking when he was away from the board? And there's a very clear reason for that, simply because Hikaru isn't in the moment where he needs to think. Right now, he's playing something that he has prepared with his computer, with his opening helper, ahead of time. So in this phase of the game, he doesn't need to think. He only needs to remember. And based on the pace he had as he returned to the board, I think it's fairly safe to say that Hikaru was definitely remembering what he was supposed to do.
Yes, when you're in prep, I mean, you tell you can. It shows when you're in prep, and it shows when you're not. We start with an hour and 30 minutes here, and look how much time Hikaru has. I mean, and of course he used time because he left the board, so he's well into prep here. And obviously Fabiano is not, so that is a huge thing. It's big, of course. As I like to say, the clock is a piece too as well. You could be winning the game and lose on time, so you do have to make sure that you pay attention and use your time wisely here and manage it as much as you can, as best as you can. But having a time edge is sort of, especially in positions that you're not losing in, or it's equal. Having a time edge is a big thing. So, and a big time edge is even bigger. 19 minutes here and growing. And Hikaru, I think, is probably still in prep here. We have to see what Fabiano is going to cook up here. He only has a few moves, really. I mean, knight d5, queen d6, c6 is hanging. So you have to deal with the threat. So there's a few ways: queen d6 and knight d5. And knight d5 you rule out because we just looked at it, which didn't look good at all. So knight d5 and queen d6. Sometimes you just have to like play the move and then go from there. But I think he's considering, by means of calculation, long calculations, which one's going to be better. And he plays
Yeah,
c2.
I was about to say C2 probably
Whoa!
he could consider because now if queen takes pawn, then the knight would be able to capture in the center and attack the queen, which is very annoying.
Yeah.
Which means that the knight was able to move without us being allowed to capture the black bishop.
Mm-hmm.
And now after c2, Fabi leaves the board.
Oh, the psychological C2 walk away. That's
Yeah,
always great,
but
guys. Try that
Hikaru
at
only
home.
has one good move, and Hikaru was
You have to take the
already
knight.
reaching out to make that move.
Bishop takes C6 and queen to C2.
So the idea is that Hikaru now needs to eliminate the black knight before it's able to capture the pawn on d4. Hikaru will need to take out this black pawn. And Fabi is making the argument that that pawn was not going to be able to survive the next couple of moves anyway. So I might as well give it up in a fashion where taking it leads to a good position for black, where the knight gets to move and attack the queen. And this forces Hikaru to give up his precious Catalan bishop. Bishop takes c6 is a great move, but also the only good option in this situation. It gives a check on the black king, takes out the knight, and when Fabi takes a back, now Hikaru can capture the black pawn without fearing the black knight coming in to take out the central pawn.
Very nice practical choice here, as it just makes it more wacky. Like I mean, yeah, of course you can see this coming from a Catalan, but wow, this is not the Catalan you're used to seeing, where it's slightly more boring, and pieces get traded and etc. There are tactics already, and they're like on move 11 or 12 here, like something. It's just all these tactics are here visibly. This is going to be a fire game. It could fizzle out as you see Nighthawk variations, theory be up to move 30 and then it's a perpetual. So, could be something similar in that sense. It's not, set in stone that this game will be decisive. But after bishop takes, queen takes c2, maybe black goes bishop e4, hit the queen as we see Catalan type moves. It's Catalan type stuff. And then we maybe go queen d2 and maybe bishop b2, play f3 and e4 and try to do something like this. Also, b4 is hanging right now, so maybe they have to deal with it. I take with the knight, bring the knight into c4, the other one. So we have a nice plan here, I guess, at least. Yeah, takes, bishop b2, f3, e4, knight a to c, and hope for the best. I still like white in these positions, but my bishop's gone on g2.
Yeah, I don't know what to think. I am very skeptical of giving up a bishop like this in any sort of circumstance. In general, giving up a bishop for a knight without damaging the opponent's pawn structure. But on the other hand, it has solved one issue for Hikaru, even though these two black pawns were on an adventure and likely wouldn't make it out alive. The benefit of this for Hikaru has been that he manages to capture this black pawn a lot earlier than he otherwise would have been able to. And now those moves you talked about did happen. Because of the check against the king, black cannot capture the queen, so Fabi recaptures. Now Hikaru needs to deal with the threat. So he takes, and then bishop up attacks the queen. And Hikaru puts the queen on the b2 square.
That's very interesting. Very interesting. Very just awkward, I'm a fan of that, though. I am a fan of awkward and strange moves and strange openings. But yeah, queen b2 is definitely awkward. I just want to see, what he has in plan, maybe in store. I think maybe queen d2, maybe he didn't like c5, and now you have to deal with that or something. Like with queen trade, maybe he doesn't want to trade queens, which I totally understand. But it is just awkward, the Finchetto the queen, like it's definitely different.
Well, he played it so quickly that there's no doubt in my mind he is still in his preparation. There's a very interesting thing going on here where the chess engines say one move is noticeably better than the alternatives, but that one move is difficult to find, a very unusual way of playing. It's pawn to h5.
Whoa, that is super unusual, especially when I'm not developed. Now, of course, okay, faster chess, blitz, and bullet. Yeah, I'm just going for mate, even in classical. But this one's a little bit different. H5, H4 is very hard to play here.
I
Wow.
suppose if you see the idea, then it's quite clear that having given away the bishop that was standing so close to the white king, it makes sense trying to attack the area that the bishop has abandoned.
I like it.
But it's an unusual idea. It's the kind of thing where if you don't know it beforehand, are you really going to find it during the game?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not convinced. And if Fabi instead does something I would categorize as normal, I guess in particular, I would say this pawn to a5 move is normal because then you're ready to take back with your own pawn and restrict the movement of White's knight. Here, the engine is really liking White, which seems strange to me because Black has the two bishops, and it doesn't seem to me like there's going to be an attack against the Black King anytime soon. But what I will say about that is that some of the best preparation these days is going for positions where it looks like your opponent is doing fine, but where some kind of nuance decides that actually it's quite difficult anyway, because then your opponent who's out of prep, they will be misevaluating the situation, thinking that, well, this looks okay for me. And then it turns out maybe having the two bishops, not that big of a deal, for instance, if the white knights manage to coordinate themselves to establish a nest inside the black half.
Oh, there's a Kramnik game that Kramnik beat Magnus in this position. Well, not this one, but with the knights coming into c6, he had a nice tactic here. I think you probably know the game, but he put the knight to c6 here and won the game quite nicely. It was kind of cool. But I think actually, you said something that I was like, dang, you are so right there. Because like it was like, you just don't know where you went wrong. Like you're losing. It just doesn't work. So I think that's on move. What move is this? On move 4. No, sorry. Move 7 when he goes knight b to d2. So I lost the game. Strong I am, but I remember knight b to d2, and I took on d4 because I was like, I'm just trying some new stuff, and I'm like, yo, I'm up 2 pawns. Like, how could you possibly lose this, right? And I think he took back on d4, and somehow queen takes, and like even eval bar is like zeros, but like I ended up losing this game, and it was just something similar to that of like I'm making good moves, things are fine, but it's just misevaluating the fact that White has so much pressure in a position here where I feel like I'm fine, and then you end up just losing, by getting grinded down in these type of things. So that's nice to hear that, but of course, good to see on the board too as well. So certain preparations that can happen, and you may think that you're better or you're okay, but in reality, it's much tougher to play.
So far, the opening must be categorized as a tremendous success for Hikaru. He remains within his prep. He's leaving Fabiano to stew, thinking about what to do next repeatedly. Fabi soon down to 1 hour on the clock, and I may sound like a broken record, but I think it's such an important thing for this game in particular. Fabi has not castled his king. He has spent 30 minutes so far on this game, and his opponent is still moving without thinking.
Yep.
This is some very nerve-wracking prep that Fabiano is facing, and he's gonna feel like he needs to move quicker very very soon. But the con of moving quicker is that you have less time to make sure that you're actually making the right decisions and playing the best moves.
Of course, 15 minutes ago, we were like, yeah, wait, another 15-minute think you're at an hour, then another 15-minute think you're at 45 minutes, and then there, and obviously the story just keeps unfolding. It's the same story. Keep thinking for long amounts of time. They say wrong think, long think. Sometimes, obviously, you need to think, but using up this time while your opponent is using no time here in Hikaru here is obviously frustrating, and it's a psychological blow in a way too, as well as on the board and the clock. Hikaru is putting immense pressure on the board and the clock here, not seeing phase at all, with Queen B2 being played quickly. Clock is on Fabi now, getting closer to an hour. Hour is a lot of time, but these guys they take their time, and this is going to be eaten up. This time is very, very quickly as we start to think and you start to figure out what to do. It could propose a blunder that can happen because you're thinking too much. You get some time trouble and you lose. That's usually a very recyclable story. It happens a lot where you get down on time and you start making mistakes. You get down on time and you start making mistakes. And that could happen here too as well, of being up 27 minutes right now.
In the meantime, I'm going to check in with the girls as well. Alice has chosen not to play the most common move here, which is to immediately put pressure on the bishop that's causing these troubles down against the white king. Instead, Alice has gone rook to c1. And Tatev it looks like she's playing this without fully knowing it herself. Apparently, there's one move here that's significantly better than the others. Makes sense to me, trying to hold on to that black pawn for as long as she can. But Tatev using her time to figure out if there's something even better, or I guess really what she's trying to figure out is whether she should take this white bishop before it runs away. But I think Tatev is going to realize that you shouldn't take the bishop here, because after the trade, if you then try and protect the black pawn, turns out that protection isn't worth much, because now bishop takes pawn, lures the knight out of position. Now that the knight is no longer controlling the a4 square, here comes the queen, check on the king and attacking the bishop. And if only you had a black knight now in the center of the board to protect said bishop. But unfortunately, you traded that knight away. And as a result, white is going to win a pawn, and with that, have a winning position. So Tatev needs to realize that she can't take the bishop, and she should rather protect the pawn. And she realized, and she moved.
Yeah, very nice. And now maybe bishops at g3. I get to keep the bishops. I definitely like white here because I can play e4, get the big center there. And castle. Bishop e2, get castled. Yeah, okay. You got double c pawns, but I don't really care about that. I am fine after bishop g3, bishop e2, get castled, play e4.
Going to be an interesting fight here. Alice was a bit lucky the way she won the winners final, which has given her an extra life, just like Hikaru, for this match. Alice had a completely losing situation, but in time scramble, Tatev couldn't figure out the right endgame solution, and Alice drew game 2. And having won game 1 previously, she also then won the winners final, which brought her here. In the meantime, Fabiano has moved his bishop all the way back.
Okay,
correct me if I'm wrong. That bishop was not even under attack, right?
It was not. It was not. You are correct.
He wants to bring the queen.
Yeah, that's one idea. Also getting away from f3. F3 is going to happen eventually anyway, so just getting out the way.
Okay, so bishop back. Now queen up with the bishop working together. That's going to be dangerous in towards the white king. Like James says, f3 will block this diagonal, but it will also open up some extra methods for attacking in towards the white king. So I'm not sure I'm loving the f3 there. under the right circumstances, it's the right thing to do. But it's very important then to, if you play f3 here, for instance, pawn to c5 immediately hits white with the pressure here. And now if pawn takes pawn, the bishop comes in, check on the king, really highlighting why this could be an issue for Hikaru.
Yeah, so we have to figure out, is he take or play? Yeah, you definitely have to close this diagonal. So maybe not taking on c5, maybe bishop e3 after c5, but maybe we just take on b4 first, then play f3, or maybe taking on and then playing bishop e3. That's a strange move, actually. But my idea is to play f3 and then preempt c5 to take. But it is taking some time to do that.
Yeah, I think in particular, this pawn takes pawn, it looks like a wrong move initially, in my opinion, because you then allow the black bishop to get into the game and allow the opponent to get castled quickly afterwards. But there's a very concrete benefit to making this trade. And that is now when you go pawn to f3, the problem with this previously was pawn to c5, but here knight d3 sees the knight attacking the bishop in a moment where the bishop cannot escape that attack because of the pawn blocking the path back. But also now the pawn cannot make any captures because now the pawn has to defend the bishop. And as a result, the pressure against the pawn and the bishop at the same time, and with the necessity of those two pieces to be protecting one another, it just it creates a big dilemma for Fabiano. So it might actually be advantageous for Hikaru to lure this bishop out.
That is correct. It does seem nice. A takes b4. He's in a think tank, though. As someone in the chat says, it looks like, or Casey Bell, I don't think we're in prep anymore, Toto. I don't think we're in prep anymore. And maybe he's not in prep anymore, but he does feel, I think, pretty confident. Now he has to figure out, what do I do? Don't remember bishop b7 in files here. What do I need to do? We know he wants queen d5, which he knows that's coming. I have to play f3, not knight f3, because it's just ridiculous to bring the knight back like that. So we have to figure out what we want to do and how. So he's contemplating probably f3. A takes b4. I don't think there's anything else maybe he might be looking at.
Maybe some knight up here.
And knight bd2, there's like ba3, isn't it?
Oh yeah, no, I forgot about that one.
Yeah, it's like annoying. And it's still equal. Like, look at the eval bar, it doesn't even jump. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, okay. So I agree. In general, we have a dark squared bishop. We have a dark squared pawn in the center. We've given away our bishop that controls the light squares. So correct chess thinking is use the pawns to control the light squares to compensate for the fact that you no longer have a light squared bishop. And then the question becomes, how do you execute these pawn advances in the best possible way? We talked about how f3, c5 could be a concern. And then maybe Hikaru will just reason his way into making this trade first, where it turns out, even though the bishop gets into the game, the bishop is also exposed to attacks from the white pieces, which may give some good time to push these pawns for. Wow, it really doesn't like this pawn to e4 move. I'm surprised by that.
I'm surprised too. That's the Catalan move. Like, you do this to play e4. Like, what are you talking about?
Well, there's some circumstances in the Catalan where pushing this pawn forward is a bad idea, but that's because it would block your own bishop, right?
Right.
And now that we don't have that bishop, I was like, of course I want to push forward. But Engine says that you could easily overextend with these pawns and allow a situation where the counter pressure is going to come in afterwards.
Wow, that is very, very special. Wow.
What I'm learning from that is that Hikaru still has this is the kind of position that can go both ways. It's very favorable for Hikaru because he has the time advantage. That's that's one of his main assets right now. But as the chatter said, and they are spot on, Hikaru is no longer in his prep. This is the first move we've seen where he spends time at the board without moving instantly. So Hikaru's out of prep, but the good thing about that Hikaru will be thinking about right now is, oh, bishop to b7. That move was not in my analysis. That is not what I remember that we studied. And so Hikaru kind of knows, this might be a slight inaccuracy because we studied all the most recommended moves from the chess engine. So he probably feels like he has the advantage here, simply because this is something he studied beforehand.
It's important, of course, to obviously be prepared, but then have that time advantage like Hikaru has and use the time advantage. So now he's like, okay, cool. I don't know what this is. Bishop b7 happened. Now we use our time advantage that we've accumulated. And now we try to obviously make a move before the time equals out. So maybe in the next 5 minutes here, he might make a move. We may see something now. We may see something in even 10 minutes. But even then, I'm still up time. This is the advantage of having the extra time, thinking, being able to figure it out.
But computer says bishop b7 is best, says Jews. Well, it didn't think so here. So even though it got the green star mark, the computer was on the previous move saying that h5 was quite significantly better. So that's what I'm basing it on, not the stars, but from looking at the actual lines they're producing, which conveniently we're hiding from you guys. Only the commentators get to see that. And Hikaru does make the trade.
There it is. He takes.
I don't think that was an easy decision. Because there is a certain part of you that says don't allow the opponent to get a piece nicely into the game. But Hikaru says that bishop, if it takes out the white pawn, it will be slightly misplaced due to the white piece's ability to attack that bishop afterwards.
Yes, incredible. I mean, he spent his time to calculate. I'm sure he looked at, the whole diagonal with the queen coming down, f3, c5, maybe opening up the game a little bit longer, a little bit more. It's going to be annoying. But with the bishop on b4, that whole line doesn't work anymore with c5. So definitely picking out, this entire line from him because of the knight d3 idea. So, of course, he used his time to calculate that. And then maybe we will see an f3. And if, he doesn't play c5, then there will be obviously a development of the bishop and the knight and get the rooks coordinated. And we have ourselves a very good game.
So an 8-minute think from Hikaru signaling to Fabiano, okay, you've been on your own for a while. Now I'm on my own as well. But it is a nice position. Hikaru was the better prepared for this matchup. And we're going to take a little break, trying to give the guys some time to ponder how they want to move on further, and we'll be back in 7 minutes time. This is day 8 of the American Cup, the grand final. Only 2 players remain, and it's Hikaru Nakamura versus Fabiano Caruana. And Hikaru has the advantage of being able to afford a loss in this match, while still having a chance to win the tournament, because he is yet to lose a match. Fabiano lost to Hikaru in the winners final earlier, but managed to re-qualify through the losers bracket. And that's why we have the American #1 against the American #2 facing off against one another. I'm Jon Ludwighammer, and I'm joined by James Conti III. James, take us through what happened while we were on break.
Yeah, we just had an A takes B4 where Hikaru find the best sequence. He just definitely found it. A takes B4 was best. Of course, just not allowing B takes A3 and kind of messing up the pieces a little bit. There was this line with F3 and E4 happening, where an early C5, if we didn't take on B4, would be a problem, opening up the lines and diagonals towards White's king. So he didn't allow this. In fact, he went A takes B4, which now Fabi responds with Bishop takes B4. So now, if we try this F3 E4 idea, then of course there is no good C5 from Black. But in fact, Hikaru went a different route actually, which is Bishop to D2 here. So just developing the pieces, and if a captures happens, assuming Knight takes D2 will happen, and maybe something like Knight E4 at some point, or C4 flexibility by helping with the E4 square. Maybe we will see ourselves an E4 push at some point.
Yeah, in general, it just seems to me Hikaru kind of lured the bishop out so that he could trade off Fabiano's bishop pair. And interestingly, one of the moves being recommended right now is bishop to e7, which is a bit passive, moving the bishop backwards like that. But it does preserve the long term advantage Black has in the two bishops being able to work together. If you make the trade, one bishop is nowhere close to as convenient as the two bishops, because while this one bishop can point down towards the white king, it is completely unsuitable for controlling any sort of dark squares on the board. And here, in particular, the square c5 is a major weakness for Black, where White can try and get either a knight or a rook. My point is, bishops work better together because then you can control both the dark and the light squares.
So yeah, I like this bishop b7 on two as well. Just don't trade them. Keep the bishops right, and when if the position opens up, then things can happen, and the bishop pair will prevail. So if bishop e7, we do need to develop our pieces. So maybe we go like a knight a3 to put the knight on c4, just to get the pieces out, follow some principles we need to develop, and then we'll figure out maybe what to do later. Will we play for f3 e4 break, or you opponent we pointed out very nice with the knight a5 to c6 idea, put a rook on c1 and kind of control the c file as well. So there's lots of possibilities. I think that's a very vicious plan. Knight c4 to a5 to c6. It's really tough to stop, especially when we can block the diagonal with f3. So when queen d5 happens, there's nothing. And then we play on the c file. Knight a5 also hits the bishop on b7. So that is something to be definitely be alert for if I'm Fabiano.
And Fabi's got to feel very, very uncomfortable right now. He's down to 47 minutes. He has spent half of his allotted time already after 16 moves in a position where the engines favor White and where Hikaru is, well, Hikaru is no longer within stuff he prepared ahead of the game, but this is similar to what he wanted to have happen. This is within the area of ideas that he had prepared.
Yeah, we talked about this earlier too, as well. Like, okay, yeah, hour and a half. Oh, he has so much time. An hour. I mean, yeah, he still got time. 45 minutes. Okay, he still got some time. Keeps changing. And then in another 15 minutes, it's like, yo, he's in time trouble. Serious time trouble, especially now on move 20. And people are like, and they don't get extra time either. So that even sucks because like in move 40, you get an extra hour or something, or 30 minutes, right? So, you get some time, but you don't get that here. So this is all the time that you do have. And we are getting closer to the middle game, but still not there yet. Some decisions to make. Also, this plan, which I'm sure Fabiano sees, 93 to c4 to a5, which is possible, really strong, hard to stop. Also, maybe, okay, this happens, my bishop gets to e4, I could be kicked away, f3, e4 at some point. So this is something to really be thinking about all these ideas. And sometimes you overthink, wrong think, long think, long think, wrong think, whatever. So it happens, it's very possible. And he is in some trouble. Fabiano is really in some serious trouble, as it doesn't seem like that, doesn't look like that board wise, but with all of these things to weigh, definitely he needs to be aware and sharper and maybe try to be clearer. But it's hard to say, especially when Hikaru is putting this pressure on you like this.
Let's check in with the girls because we've had some developments there. Both kings still in the center of the board. The eval bar has gone majorly in Tatev's advantage, but Alice has captured a black pawn. The latest moves here, the knight moved to give extra protection to the c4 pawn. Alice did not move her bishop, rather she increased the pressure on that black pawn inside white's half. Tatev made no effort to try and protect the pawn. Alice says, okay, if you're not going to protect it, I'm going to take it. And now the chess engines like take, and then castles playing
Mm,
on
mm.
with just down a pawn. But there is a major concern for Alice. How is she ever going to get her king to safety? And if the bishop moves out to prepare castling, then the bishop abandons the protection of the g2 pawn, allowing black to take that one.
Yeah, that's some sharp stuff. And Engine always finds some diabolical combinations or plans. Oops, sorry, that was I like knocked this over. So knocked over my microphone, my other one. But no, it's very vicious to see the tactics and stuff that the engine comes up with because that was just not intuitive to just give up the pawn, but then say, oh, the king's in the center still, and also you have a double pawn on the F file. So yes, I'm down a pawn, but you don't really feel it because the double pawn, also the king's in the center. That takes some absolutely insane understanding there to do that, but very nice to see. But she didn't take it. She played what? What was the move after? Knight takes c4. Or she didn't move yet. Oh, it's still her
I
move.
don't have
Okay.
any moves
It's
on
still her move.
my.
Okay. So she's
Yeah.
thinking about taking it, which is, yeah, seems like the move.
Well, I feel like Tatev has done the hard part already, right? Because that bishop move, just ignoring the threat on her own pawn, surely that move was made with the intention of now taking white's bishop and getting the king to safety. Very equal on the clock, though, here. An
Mm-hmm.
hour left for both players, which is a stark contrast to the Nakamura Karana game. Hikaru about to have a 40-minute lead on the
Jeez, that's
clock.
crazy. That is insane. 40 minutes is like really vicious on time. Guys, I mean, like, this is equivalent to being up material in a way. It's just so much time is gone here, and I have so much time to think if I'm Hikaru here. So I'm really feeling, confident in my ability when I have this type of time edge, and I'm not, the position's equal, or equal, but practically feeling great. Your practical chances go up immensely when this stuff type when this
And
clock type advantage happens.
we recalled 3 days ago, Hikaru decided to just make a draw right out of the opening with the white pieces. And part of the reasoning he explained was that if you're down 30 minutes on the clock, even if the position is equal-ish, it's such a dangerous situation to be in, said Hikaru, and
Mm.
explained that's why he decided to just go for a very, very early draw. This time, he is definitely not going for the draw. He is the one with that serious time advantage. And frankly, that time advantage is a result also of the position, because Fabiano's position is non-standard. It's not normal for him to have the two bishops. It's not normal for Hikaru to give up what is normally his pride and joy in this Catalan opening. But as Fabiano has discovered while thinking about his moves, even though he got that nice bishop pointing in towards the white king, there are other big problems to be concerned about. In particular, the fact that the two black pawns on the queen side, they are standing by themselves. They cannot protect one another, so-called isolated pawns. And the fact that he is yet to castle.
Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling really good here from Hikaru. I mean, I'm about 39 minutes is about to be Fabiano's clock. Like it's just going. We're thinking on his time. I'm sure Hikaru's walking around feeling confident, bopping his head, like all that. So he's feeling great. I have a time edge. I know I've gotten you out of your theory as being one of the most world's prepared openings specialists in a way. So even it could be kind of a weakness for Fabi in a way if you're Hikaru. Oh, I know what you like. I know how you prep. If I get you out of book here, I played you so many times. Lots of kind of like playing the person rather than obviously. So much strategy and what openings to pick here, but a very good opening choice with this queen b2 idea, knight b to d2. It literally just threw Fabiano off, and he wasn't able to recover on time since like move we don't even remember knight b to d2. He started thinking so ever since then. It's been a downhill spiral right now for Fabi in terms of time. His position's fine, like it's equal, but having to figure out these moves in the next few moves for Fabiano could be hard, especially as white can do a lot of ideas. Knight a3 to c4, a5 is vicious. F3, e4 is a big center coming. Put a rook on the c file. Put a knight to c6. Right. There's all these things that I can play very quickly and very fast from white's standpoint. Very quick moves. Like my moves are very natural.
Okay, we had a question from the chat. What is the best way for Fabiano to activate his position? Asks Sam. And I'm going to say pawn to c5 makes the most sense to me. We talked a bit about this pawn. It is one of those isolated pawns. We definitely, Fabi would prefer not trading the bishops, but moving the bishop back voluntarily is time consuming. So maybe you should rather focus on trading off some of the weaknesses in your position. And my thinking here was that either this pawn is going to recapture the black bishop, and then suddenly these two guys are working together again because now they're adjacent to one another. Or at some point, this pawn will capture into the d4 pawn. And if the pawn is captured now, the bishop is still there to make the recapture. We talked about previously how pawn to c5 was a bad move because of knight d3, which attacks both the bishop and the pawn. But here it seems to me that now that the bishop has an escape by making the trade, you can get away with this because you then afterwards have the pressure in the center. And as said, this is what Fabiano goes for, but I wasn't done with everything just yet, because what I did find interesting about this move is that the chess engines, they come up with a great idea for Hikaru here.
Whoa. Okay,
which makes sure that Fabi doesn't get to solve his problem with this pawn. The move is rook c1.
That's so awkward. Rook c1. Okay, what happens on takes? Obviously, we got to see takes.
So takes, I get to move my knight into the game.
And then takes.
And now if pawn takes, then we go back to, remember that idea with the bishop pointed at the f8 square? Wow. This is similar. But we managed to prevent black from castling their king. And even though black is up a pawn here, this is a very, very scary position for them because the king is stuck in the center and the rook may be able to contribute in an attack.
Yeah, that's actually nice because on queen takes d4, it's the same thing. Queen takes, rook c7, hitting f7 and b7 at the same time. So it's really strong stuff here. It's very vicious lines.
The queen trade doesn't really solve it either.
All right, and then pawn takes queen a3 is that key move. That is vicious work. If he sees that, I mean, that's game over. Queen a3 would be awesome, but rook c1 is such a difficult move. My goodness, wow.
I'm not sure it's that difficult actually. And now if the pawn tries to reinforce the bishop, then pawn takes pawn because now the rook is just protecting here.
So he just wants to take 6. Yeah, you have to find queen a3 in the line.
So the only good move for black here is knight to e4, which reinforces the pawn.
That's a good move. So takes F3 and
Well, the thing is, this is a very good move, so I'm not sure what to do
right.
here.
That is a
But
very
this is an interesting direction for Hikaru, right?
yeah, yeah.
Because if he doesn't go for this rook c1, it seems to me that Fabi is able to either improve the positioning of the pawn to the b4 square or trade off with the white pawn in the center. And if that happens, I don't see him. I don't see him winning this. I think that was a very reasonable move by Fabiano to try and trade off one of his major weaknesses.
Use this time too as well. As Hikaru is going to do the same thing up so much time here. A lot of possibilities. I don't have to move instantly. Which one is the best here? That 94 idea, though, is actually really annoying. I'm annoyed by
Yeah.
that. Rook C1
Let's
94. I
spend
guess
some
I have
more
to
time
take.
on it.
Yeah, yeah, 94. So after 94, I mean, I feel like I have to take on B4, but maybe I don't have to. Maybe I could just move away. Like, and
Well,
pieces are kind of awkward.
there's a trick here which is worth noting for chat. If takes and now pawn f3, utilizing the fact that you have lured the knight forward, and then you're like, okay, I actually wanted you to move forward because now I get to kick you back again. Here, there's a knight to c3, with the idea being that you block the queen's protection of the pawn in the center. And now, if knight takes knight, the queen comes in, check on the king, pressure over here, and pressure, like attacking everything.
Yeah, that's some vicious work. That's some vicious work there. And he's threatening knight takes D2 as well. Or really is he? Yeah, it kind of is.
I would think so,
Yeah,
yeah.
he's gonna take this. So I have to move. I don't know, man. That's just hard. Should I just move away, like Bishop E3 or something?
And we can't take the pawn because actually this is undefended, right? Because
Correct.
there's
Yeah.
three of them.
Right. Okay,
Um,
maybe Bishop. Like, what's bad with Bishop E3? What's wrong with this move?
well, the thing about Bishop E3 that now we no longer have the pressure against the black bishop,
Oh, correct.
which means now the pawn doesn't need to defend here, which means
Mhm.
it can rather trade in the center.
Bishop takes, and yeah, okay,
And
this
then
is
I
just
assume
equal.
castling, right?
Yes, and I actually have
Ooh,
nothing. Wait,
actually, there is something.
what? Something spicy? Rook D1? No, that
Now,
didn't work.
because the queen and bishop are working together on the diagonal, when the knight jumps
Oh,
back, attacks
simple.
the bishop and also opens up this attack.
Yeah, simple. Minus that 93. Yeah. Yikes. That is something. Okay. Queen B2, Finn Shadow and the Queen. It's not a bad idea, guys. You know, Queen B2, Bishop E3. It is quite possible. So you may be considering Bishop E3. And I'm seeing chat. Chat says Rook A4. And this is an engine suggestion, but Rook A4 is outrageous. It just does not seem. I don't know about that. Takes. Maybe he doesn't even take. Like, what happens on A5? Like, my rook feels weird over there.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this, but I do find it fascinating because we did say the obvious move is knight takes bishop, but here after knight takes bishop, engine wants pawn
Whoa.
takes pawn.
Oh my goodness. Here we go. This could happen. This really could happen though. Knight takes B1, rook takes B4. It's a nice trap. Nice.
Attacking both the bishop and the
Sweet.
knight at the same
Sweet.
time.
Okay.
But there's pawn to a5,
Oh,
which
once again,
reinforces the bishop, and the bishop protects the knight.
the rook look crazy over there. So rook D1, C6. Yeah.
And the pawn just pushes on.
Push him.
And somehow this is. I mean, somehow this is okay for white. I'm tempted to say, because frankly, I'm not in the habit of just giving away bishops just like that.
Either. Me either. Yeah. Takes rook
I do
D1,
not
bishop
understand how this is
G5.
okay for white. So this was almost winning for white, right? Because if the bishop has to move, you get your rook to the d8 square, but the bishop moves and controls that square.
The knight C6 and castles. He's gone.
How is the engine is actually still liking this?
I guess we could take the pawn on
white.
A5 though. That's probably it. And like we
You're
can.
down a full bishop.
I am indeed. And then I have these pawns, and hoping for the best. All I got is pawns and hope. That's it.
Yeah, it seems a bit far-fetched to me.
Absolutely. I believe so as well. It's not necessary, you know.
Well, I want to go back to the bishop e3 thing, right?
Mm,
Because when you play bishop e3, you're threatening to go pawn takes pawn, right?
right.
So I'm all about moves that prevent black from castling. As long as I'm preventing castling, I'm reasonably happy.
Oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense here. So after takes
So here you
takes,
cannot castle because I take the pawn, so therefore it takes and then takes. And now we learned you cannot castle here either because of the double attack.
right.
So then the question is, what do you do here if you can't castle? I guess you just move the bishop back, right?
Exactly. The logical, easy bishop e7 or d6 maybe to try to maybe stay a little bit more
But
active.
bishop e7, then you might get hit by the knight
Oh,
attacking both the queen and bishop.
is there queen d5 tricks? Nothing. Yeah, it's gonna be gross. I have to take first because knight takes e7. Yeah,
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 that's making an attack on the queen. Otherwise, this could have been something.
yeah. So maybe bishop
Um,
d6, knight c6
yeah,
now, queen d7 or something.
I was thinking like this. This seems reasonable to me. Oh no, when you
Wait,
take here, you're also attacking the rook. So
I
you do have time to take it and then escape with this guy.
oh, but there's something cooking on the diag. I mean, look at the this is vicious stuff. Yeah, the diagonal, the G file open. Like, yeah, my king's weak, but so is yours, and the pieces are strange for white now. Whoa, what a
I
move!
don't know
Queen
what to make
b5.
of
No,
this.
queen d8, queen b5, queen d7. Jeez, so many moves.
This is the kind of position where it's so nice that Hikaru has such a big time advantage.
Yeah, you can spend 20 minutes here, still be up time. A little bit of time, yeah, but it's still up time. It doesn't matter. Like you have the time edge, you use it, and he's doing that. He's showing us, you get your
Okay,
time edge,
it
you use
seems
it.
to me maybe here pawn to
Ooh,
f6 to
that's tough to
blockade
play.
this diagonal.
Wow, that makes so much sense though. I don't have a light square bishop. What a move, bro. F6 is
Well,
so
I'm not sure yet because this knight
crazy.
c6 still looks good.
Takes, queen
Takes,
d.
and there's attacks on both fronts.
Oh, that's annoying. I forgot about the A pawn. I ain't gonna lie. I forgot about the A pawn. Yikes. Forgot about that pawn.
It definitely feels like Hikaru is the instigator here, which is making me still. I'm still optimistic about this Rook C1 move.
That's a very, very good move. Rook C1 and then bishop to E3 to follow. It's to keep things different. Like you said, they try to keep them in the center, at least the king here. So we do D takes or bishop takes B4. Rook C1. Yeah, Rook C1 is the best. I like the idea.
Has Fabi even gotten up from the board?
That's a good question. Chad, does anyone know? Have you seen Bobby get up from the board at all? That's tough. You don't get up from the board at one time. He got up. Okay. Oh, yeah, he did with C2 when he dropped the C2 move. C2 and walk away, the Steph Curry look away with the C2 move. And then he got up. That might have been the only time though, guys. Is that it? Was that it, or did he get up a separate time?
So we have Hikaru's basically only been at the board while he's thinking himself, which has only been 20 minutes so far in this game. And then we have Fabi, who spent less than 20 minutes away from the board at all. But there he goes. And in some ways, that is a show of strength, right? Because you feel like I've been under all of this pressure. I did not feel comfortable with my position, but I'm happy that my latest move has caused some problems for my opponent that he's going to have to think about. Now I can take a little
Breather.
rest.
Absolutely. Correct. Yes, you feel so good. Yeah, that's like in the chat there. Psychological advantage to leaving the board. It can be. Usually, you if you're sitting down the entire game, not to say that I've done that on winning games, but you're in something. You have to sit there. I can't move. I can't breathe right now. I gotta get out of this position. Then when you can breathe, you see a sigh of relief. At least you feel so because you're able to make your opponent think, or at least get that pressure off of you that Fabi may feel. So Still up a lot of time though, and of course there's a lot of moves. Especially Rook C1 might put him back into the think tank for sure. After Rook C1, there's so many moves, and 94 was the best that we saw there, which is like the strongest move. And then Bishop E3, which would put him back in the think tank again. Looking at CD4, Bishop D4, the diagonal, like yeah, this is a huge time battle here, huge time battle. But I think it starts with Rook C1 if he's able to find it here. Hikaru is capable of finding it, but there's so many other options too as well. You know, even liquidating Bishop takes F3, Knight D2 stuff, or like whatever else he's thinking here. These are logical moves. Rook C1, maybe Bishop takes, and I don't know.
Well,
I think
I think
he's
we kind of
false.
concluded that knight to e4 was the only good move here, right?
Yep.
But in a way, that can be a bad thing because very often these players are better at finding moves when it's the only good alternative. They're good at kind of eliminating bad choices.
Mm. There's a lot of choices here, and they're not necessarily like, yeah, you have this move, you got this move, and this move. They're all go a different route of the branch of the tree here. So it's important to understand. Hikaru in the think tank. And they're gonna come out on the other side, still up so much time. What is the think counter? We don't have. Let me see. Is that on the stream? Do we have that on the stream? How long he's been
Unfortunately,
thinking?
it
We
only
don't.
shows how much time Hikaru spent after he
Oh,
makes his move.
okay.
But Fabi did spend 20 minutes on this pawn advance.
Okay.
There's a comment in chat from Thirsty. Knight d3 looks good, and I'm actually quite intrigued by this move. It is a pawn sacrifice because after bishop takes bishop, knight takes back. Now Fabi can capture here in the middle, either with his queen or with his pawn. But the thing is, we're very, very happy to make the bishop trade in a decent way. And I've been wondering if something like this.
This is
I guess I'm not sure
annoying.
about that. Maybe
Yeah, I like
here
Rook A4
first.
and then double up and Knight C5.
Yeah, but the thing is, you then end up. The problem with sacrificing a pawn is that you then have to spend quite a few moves
Getting
on
it back.
getting the pawn back
Yeah.
afterwards.
Well, yeah, that's kind of difficult, and especially when I have this time edge and stuff. I'm trying to make things. I'm trying to make you think. Where and he makes a move. He plays 93. He
Oh, he
plays
does
knight
go
to
for the
d3.
sacrifice.
It goes for the sacrifice. So
Very
this,
nice call by Thirsty.
that's funny, yo. Knight d3 happened. So this does let Fabio off the hook maybe a little bit if he's able to trade some stuff out and say, okay, yeah, I'm just playing slightly worse Catalan here and like play for two results, but at least I get to save some time if I can play some moves quickly.
Yeah, and that's a key point, right? That if Fabi now can make some quick moves, that's going to help him out tremendously. I am realizing though that I may have been a bit quick to play one of the moves.
Mm-hmm.
After Bishop takes Bishop, I just took that back so
Natural
quickly because I was like, oh,
human,
finally getting this knight into the game.
right?
Turns out there is an alternative here. With
Shishinju.
knight takes pawn,
Wow,
capturing a pawn and attacking a black bishop,
dang, that's a good move.
saying that you can't save both of them.
That's actually an excellent move. So I guess Queen D5, Knight B7, Bishop B4.
Yeah, that
Try
makes
to.
sense. So queen d5, threatening checkmate. The knight takes out the bishop, but then the bishop escapes while also covering all the squares, the retreat squares for the knight.
Who's better here now? Wait a second. After that,
The
Knight.
knight has to save itself with the protection of a pawn, but the problem is after this, the pawn did protect the knight, but it was unable to protect itself. And so you can take that one as well. Rook comes in, attacks the queen. Queen steps back. I will say it is impressive how we've managed to prevent black from castling all this time.
For so long. Yeah.
I just don't think we're going to be able to prevent it any longer.
Yeah, 93. Maybe I have to ask definitely what was his thought process on 93. And did he consider Rook C1? if
But
he did.
maybe this is better for white. Hikaru does like having those risk-free advantages. And here with the queen moving, I'm not sure where it should move, but the knight is coming into the c6 square, which is pretty nice.
Things can happen. Whose pawn is weaker, A or B? Who's weaker? Probably A. Feels like we can get to that one faster. And with a knight on
Well,
C6, we
we
can play
we
D4.
already have a rook pointing at it, right?
Right. That's true. We just got to keep pressuring. Classic Catalan type pressure, but it's equal material rather than white being up a pawn.
Yeah. I what I don't like about this is that it forces a lot of trades, which
Yeah.
simplifies the position, which makes Fabiano's time disadvantage less of a factor.
Yeah, less of a liability there, which I think yeah, creating even having two options and the one that it's a little bit more frisky and crazier or but risky but not too much risk may have been a better choice to put Fabi under some time pressure as the swaps here will likely lead to more of a very equal game with Fabi having enough time to salvage.
Okay. And if bishop takes, if we just take back, we leave this pawn undefended. Is there any circumstance where we don't go for the queen trade?
Yeah, can. I guess I was looking at Queen A3 or something, but then now that he's attacking me, like Queen B5, and like I feel like I've lost the
Yeah,
advantage.
queen d5 is a possibility, but I guess I was also just scared by the fact that even if black just castles, the best thing I can get is trying to get a queen trade afterwards.
Yeah, and getting the pawn back. I'm not even up a pawn after that. Like that's the tough part. Catalan, you're cool with that. Sometimes you play down a pawn, then you get the pawn back and you're up a pawn. Here, all material being even. Maybe Carl is cool to draw. I don't think he is, but definitely wants to challenge him here, or else he wouldn't have, spent as much time. I think maybe would have went a route to swap everything. Maybe he is saying, this could be closer to a
Well,
draw type
I
thing.
think he's studying these bishop takes bishop, knight takes
C5.
counterattack.
Yeah.
Because this does feel like something that you need to make sure is okay
Mm.
before you go down this path. But to me, it looks okay.
Same. And I take C5, Queen D5, Bishop G, B4 after that. It's a nice little move. Even if this way, I guess, works too. Yeah.
Same thing,
Same
just a
thing, yeah.
different order to execute it. Yeah, I don't think knight to d3 was it. I think this is simplifying the position. And even though Hikaru is still definitely better, I don't think it's going to be enough to win the game.
It's the same.
We're going to check in with Alice Lee and Tatev Abrahamian because while Hikaru and Fabiano, they are approaching move 20. I guess with Fabiano still not having castled, so I don't know where I was going with that. I was going to say the girls are a bit further back in the game, or at the very least, they have more pieces on the board. And there is the concern of the white king that struggles to get to safety.
Yeah, this looks aggressive-ish, At A3, I like after bishop takes. I'm assuming rook takes because it can rook lift very quickly. Yes, of course, rook H3, right? I don't have any bishop C8 ideas or you can push E5. So that means bishop D3 is coming. And then, we're going for mate. Classic Canty type of game. But it's possible. You can also take with the B pawn, but I mean, that's kind of strange. I think it does make your pawn structure a little bit better towards the center but the A pawn is extremely weak, and like even knight takes C4, bishop G2 is like already winning. It feels like so. Yeah, this is not the
Yeah,
greatest
that's
football.
interesting. So Tatev here should not be afraid to capture a pawn, even though it leads to her opponent pointing her rook down on Tatev's king. It also means that now the white king no longer has the option of castling. So even though you're allowing your opponent an attack on your king, you're also making sure that the the white king will remain in the center of the board for the rest of the game.
Absolutely. Yeah, it feels scary, but we can easily block with the g6, okay, or bishop to g6 at some point with the bishop being on e4. So then we look to develop, maybe bring the rook to the b file and b2, queen over to e7, or even f6 or h4, whatever you feel like doing, really. A lot of good squares for the queen. So black could definitely or is in the driver's seat in that game there, but that's all on b takes c3. So rook takes c3 should be the thing. Maybe she doesn't take it at all, but that gives white more pieces to try to attack.
Yeah, my instinct is to not make this trade, but it does seem studying these moves specifically that there is a certain advantage to allowing the rook to get into the game, because then you can start making double attacks, for instance, afterwards.
Yeah, 95 is strong. I might have to go rook. This rook is crazy. Like rook f3. Like, come on. When do you defend your pawns like this, guys? Like, never. That's funny. That's funny there. But a funky game here. Definitely Alice is trying to go all out in a way, it seems, in this game.
And Tatev has made the trade. Tatev is playing a very, very good game so far.
She's in
Her
great form.
accuracy is at 99.8.
0.8. She is playing very strong. I'll tell you that confidence, really something in confidence. She had a great tournament so far, been able to beat Irina Krush there. And she's like, all right, cool. Let me at Alice again and trying to convert in this game here. Now, of course, there's a lot of chess left, lots of things to happen, but so far, so good for Tatev playing incredible this tournament.
That is pretty close to perfect from Tatev Abrahamian. She's gonna put some real pressure on Alice here. And moving back to Hikaru's game, Fabiano has now dropped below 30 minutes.
Yeah, that's scary. This is officially like time trouble. Like, no, this is for real time trouble. Like, I mean, 30 minutes under 30 is scary. Another 10-minute think you at 20, you start breaking it up. It used to be 15-minute thinks and intervals. Now it's like, I think 10 minutes, I'm down to 19. I think 20, I'm down 9. I'm down to 9. And it's just rough to be in this situation having no time. Against Hikaru, too, who may try to pressure you on the clock if he's not looking for a draw with these swaps.
Yeah, but at the same time, I do feel like part of the reason Fabiano is taking his time here is that he feels if he makes the right decisions now, the game is gonna peter out. I saw someone in chat saying Hammer's basically arguing that the time advantage means nothing. And yes, that's basically what I am saying, because the time advantage is only relevant in a context, right? In the context of the position. A big time advantage is not going to be worth a lot if you're sitting there with four pawns all on the same side of the board and a rook and a knight each. So that's why part of the reason why I was disappointed with this knight to d3 move is, regardless of whether it's good or not, it allows Fabiano to simplify the position going into something where the queens are traded off or where the central tension disappears, making Fabiano's decisions from there on out easier. While I was kind of hoping that we would have a situation where Fabi still struggled to get his king castled. That has been a recurring theme in this game. And if Fabi was struggling to castle, his time situation would be more dire because his moves would be more difficult to find.
As Hikaru is, pondering what happens next. What is he going to play? 26 minutes left for Fabi. He's got to make some moves here or not, but swapping is more likely now, as the more that he thinks, he probably will just look to, just get it all off the board. Bishop takes d2, queen takes d4, go into this in game with less pieces on the board so I can calculate a little bit quicker having less pieces on the board. That's a general rule is like, less pieces there is more calculation, but it also is easier in a way. So you can calculate moves a little bit quicker, ideas, and understand things. So will he capture? Will he not? Is the question. Let's get some predictions.
Dise asks, shouldn't Hikaru cash in his time advantage? The problem is there is no chess god that awards you pawns, rewarding you for your good time management.
Great job, Hammer. Here's your pawn. Great job.
Which means being up by a full hour or 70 minutes even. It doesn't matter as long as there's nothing but kings left on the board. The board position is always more important than the situation on the clock. And what we often see, and which Hikaru himself commented on, I believe yesterday, is that the clock and the position often goes hand in hand. The player who spends the most time is the player who's the most dissatisfied with their position, feeling like they are in trouble. And that's why Hikaru is down on time here. He had an uncomfortable position. He was under pressure. But now my concern is that as his position simplifies and his position gets better, then we're in the situation where he can start moving much quicker because his position is so much better than what it was.
I'm getting concerned. Fabi's still thinking 24 minutes. What are you thinking about, Hammer? What is he thinking about?
I'm not sure anymore.
Yeah. What is he thinking about, Chad? What is Fabiano thinking about right now? What do you think, Chad? Swap it out at this point. Listen, just swap all the pieces, get him off the board because I don't have another long thinking me time wise.
There is an idea here, James, that okay, if bishop takes bishop, knight takes pawn,
right?
And we've looked at this, and frankly, I'm not even convinced this is very good for white, but it's an idea that puts some fright into the opponent at the very least. But Fabi can actually move his queen up first, using his queen and bishop to threaten checkmate. There's only one good defense against that. That is using the pawn to block that. But now bishop takes bishop. And we no longer have that counterattack on the black bishop because that one is already defended.
Okay.
So maybe Fabi has discovered this. And after this f3 move trade, you're going to have to take back with the knight. Then you've sacrificed your pawn in the middle, but you're also allowing the queen trade. And then we get this situation where Fabiano is even up a pawn.
Oh, that's different. This is different. But this, we still have
the only difference is compared to something we looked at is that the white pawn is further ahead, but it prevents the idea of the trickery with the knight. I don't know what to feel about this. I'm not convinced it's very impressive for Hikaru.
Definitely not. It doesn't seem very impressive, but of course I'm on time, right? And I'm going to play a position where I'm at 2 results.
$45-minute time advantage now, by the way.
40 minutes, but I mean, okay, you could take everything, take. Yeah, at this point, listen, just trade it all out. But okay, that queen d5 line is actually, I mean, it's not going to put Hikaru in any time trouble. So queen d5, f3, take, rook a4, and like, okay, shake hands maybe, and still play it out. Obviously, play it out.
Yeah, rook a4, I think is an instant draw because then Fabi manages to activate his bishop. to this very nice square where it's also protected by its own pawn. So if Hikaru is going to make anything happen here, he first has to use the rook to prevent the activation of the bishop using the c6 square.
Mhm.
But the problem then is that if you now attack this pawn, you got to watch out for it if the guy just says, well, if you allowed me to castle and get my rook in from the corner, I'm going to use that rook to protect stuff. And queen d5 is on the board. And Hikaru doesn't have a choice. Only one good move. He needs to stop the checkmate.
F3, only move, probably will be played in the next 10 seconds if he's at the board. Okay, there it is.
And now Fabi goes for the trade. He's timed it so that there's no knight takes pawn trickery in return. And now the moves are coming in very, very quickly. Trade between the bishops. Now a queen trade. Check on the king. Pressure on the queen. No choice for Hikaru but to agree to that trade. And if we get rook a4 now, we're going to see a handshake within 15 minutes, I suspect.
Right. I suspect the same thing. We did want to see some fireworks here, and we kind of like we did actually. We pressured them on the clock, but this 93 move was like you said, it just wasn't it for
Well,
pushing.
Hikaru needs to go rook c1. He needs to prevent this maneuver to improve the bishop's positioning. So let's take a little bit more, take a look at this rook c1. I guess castles make sense to me.
Now rook
Engine,
a4. I mean, I am
engine
annoying.
says rook a4.
Yeah, and then what is next?
Then rook d8 makes
Rook
sense to
c7
me.
now. I'm getting the seventh. I mean, I'm just getting pressure. Like I may not do anything yet.
What's good about this way of playing is that here, because Hikaru prevented the bishop's ability to get to a square where it's protected by its own pawn, now there's so many ideas where the white rook, the white knight, the other white rook, all of these pieces can participate in an attack against that bishop, which is making it a bit more scary for Fabiano.
Yeah, like we said before, it's more of you get these games where, classic Catalan. We just get it in game and like I got more time, I'm playing for two results. Let's just push on, But maybe they might shake hands. It is possible. But if Fabi gets way too long time, I think Hikaru is gonna be like, no, we're gonna play this thing all the way out, because you're down so much time. Now, if he's able to salvage or stay up above maybe 15 minutes, maybe he might play on a little bit longer, or he might
Oh,
actually
wow.
ask for the draw.
Actually, there's a problem here, James. I didn't even realize until now with the computer suggesting a very nice maneuver for Fabiano.
Okay.
If rook c1, which I think is necessary to stop the bishop improving its positioning, then knight to d5 is brilliant because the knight is headed to that b5 square. Remember how I said b5 was nice for the bishop because it was protected by the pawn? Well, it turns out not only the bishop can use this square, the knight can too. And here, if the rook comes in to attack the pawn, the knight to c3 captures, threatens on e2. The king is going to have to move in to defend. And now crazy. Knight b5. The knight protects the pawn. It protects the c7 square, so you're not able to move in with the rook to attack the bishop. It is itself protected. And yeah, I think this is a very, very smart way of playing for Fabiano.
Very strong because I can't infiltrate on the 7th rank anymore. I really only have the c5 square, and d4 is locked down. What a maneuver. Yeah, then we might shuffle pieces. I think chat says no draw offers allowed. So how they do it is just by shuffling in a situation where they make the move once and then they do it again. Okay, this is a draw offer type thing.
But there's no going back and forth here, right? Here, Hikaru has to be careful that he doesn't end up in a situation where Fabi is just up a pawn.
And double rooks.
If you
Scared about
double
that. Oh,
the
the other way. The other way.
rooks,
A file. A file. A file double. I want to go knight c5.
oh yeah, you can go for this one.
Yeah. I want to knight c5.
Yeah, fair enough. And then if I prevent you from using the c5 square, you
Knight
go, well,
b4.
I'm
Yeah.
going to use this other square
But then you might
instead.
get the C2 square. Like it's always Bobby Fischer says to give squares, you have to get squares. And to get squares, you got to give squares, right? So it seems like you'll be able to get
Maybe pawn to
C2 at some
b4
point.
is
Oh,
better.
nice.
And
That's
then
solid.
up here.
Yeah, that's solid. And then knight C5. That's very
It
nice.
feels like if Hikaru wants a draw, he can get a
Yeah.
draw. But if Hikaru sees that maneuver and is concerned about it, he might just move the rook up now immediately. Because if he moves the rook up now, there's no good way for black to defend this pawn.
All right.
If the rook comes in to defend, then suddenly you're leaving this guy a bit on its own on the edge of the board.
And again, I'm just playing on because you're low on time. Yeah, I'm just playing you up. Look for that mistake. If a6 drops, it's going to be a problem with the b pawn being a absolute menace and being the flow of the position. So if we get a6, we got a b pawn that's passed, and I'm playing this all day.
Yeah. But problem is rook a4, then the bishop gets this very nice positioning.
Yeah, that we do want to stop that. Hard to stop though if we don't get the c file. But then you have to worry about 95. Like,
Yeah,
yeah, which
actually,
one do you
maybe
want?
here white gets the c
Oh,
file.
okay. Castles and rook
But the
c7.
problem is, yeah, black might get the d file.
And this, you get this, I get that, tit for tat. Yeah.
It's very annoying how the black pawn and bishop are protecting one another because it means that they are very
Mm-hmm.
well reinforced in this scenario.
So, what do you think? Do you think it's gonna be a draw?
Yeah, I
I think
think
the same.
so. I'm not convinced Alice versus Tatev is going to be a draw, though.
Yeah, I think actually Tatev's on the move, but yeah, Queen of Six, that's a solid move. I mean, Rick DA coming too. She's playing out of her mind right now. I'm just gonna say, I can feel this feels very good for Black.
Agreed. Okay, it's going to be exciting checking in on these games. We're going to take a break now so that we're fresh and ready to see how Hikaru deals with the fact that right now he is down a pawn. This is day 8 of the American Cup. Hikaru is in the grand final. He's facing off against the American number 2 player, Fabiano Caruana, and he has sacrificed a pawn. My name is Jon Ludwig Hammer, and I'm joined by James Canty III. And James, in the break, nothing happening whatsoever. Hikaru's still in the tank. What is he thinking about?
Yeah, he's thinking about can I pressure him because he didn't play Rook A4. So maybe he is thinking Rook A4 as the first move. Sometimes you have to even play it or Rook F C1. Maybe he's deciding between Rook A4 and Rook F to C1 and calculating long lines here to figure out what is going to be the outcome of each move and where can I get an advantage? Can I get an advantage? What's Black's best moves here? What's the time situation? I got a lot of time to think about it. Do I take a draw? Do I not? There's a lot of things he's thinking about here.
The main benefit of this rook to c1 move is that it controls the c6 square, preventing this black bishop from improving its positioning to a safer square because it can be protected by the pawn, but also where it puts more pressure down on white's position. The problem with this move is that we've seen a knight maneuver where this black knight, by making some threats as it moves forward, manages to get to this b5 square, controlling the c7 square, no rook in invasion there, protecting the pawn, and generally being well placed because there are no white pawns that can attack the knight. on that square. So I agree with you, James. I think this is likely the direction Hikaru's thinking. He wants to go rook c1, but he needs to double check that there's no freaky knight maneuvers that lets black stay up a pawn.
Yeah, and you got to get this pawn back. Yeah, so that is for sure. We are going to get this pawn back, or it's worse. We are just not doing good. So maybe rook a4 is got to be the move that he's thinking about.
Well, rook a4, I think, is just an instant draw.
Yeah,
with the bishop improving its position. So we'll see. We'll see what he ends up with. He spent a lot of time so far on this move. It seems like he's about to move. No. Back to the thinking pose.
Go. Okay. See what we got. Oh, he said, yeah, okay, we'll take takes. Yes, it takes. I'm a producer. Okay. Okay. Wooden shield. Okay.
Do you think Hikaru talks to himself when calculating?
Absolutely. He's saying exactly that. Yeah, it takes. Not here with the shield. Okay, juicer and then maybe not. Okay. The chat. Okay, no, let's take maybe takes. He's doing this in real time. I can see him on the camera.
He does try to preserve some chances here by preventing the bishop from maneuvering itself up to the b5 square. Good move from Hikaru as far as I'm concerned. This puts some pressure on Fabi. It prevents Fabi from having an easy plan to make the draw. And then there's a concern that the knight could be well placed on this b5 square, sure. But at least it gives Fabiano something to think about, something where his moves are not obvious in return.
Yeah, in fact, what was wrong with knight d5 now here? So, I mean, this was the plan. Knight d5, get it to c4. I mean, get it to b5. Yeah, it's just works.
Well,
and
what's
now we don't get the pawn back.
What's interesting is this move knight to c5.
Oh, maybe we do get the pawn, but no, it's bishop
because
c8.
It turns out if the bishop moves back to keep the protection of the pawn on the edge,
oh, you could take it anyway.
It means that it's no longer the bishop is no longer protecting the rook. Yeah, I was thinking the way you were, that you can take this bishop anyway.
Yeah, you could take
take the pawn anyway, because then after bishop takes, you can sacrifice your rook on that bishop to lure the rook away from its defensive position.
How does Inja say is better for black? That's crazy.
And then come in. Well, the problem is we just sacrificed some stuff in order to win a pawn.
Wow.
But we were already down a pawn.
Yikes.
So really the only thing that has happened is that the white rook is far away from its king, and instead it's the black pieces who are showing up to the party.
I heard a castle on the move, so he just castled. Chess.com has the castle noise, so knew exactly what the move was there. Castles from Fabi.
Oh, you have sound on your chess.com?
Yeah, mine has sound on the moves. I'm like,
do people use sound?
Yeah, Chat. Yeah. You know what? I've never changed my settings. Chat, do you guys use sound on yours, or am I just special here?
I'm sitting there in complete silence.
I use the sounds. Okay, cool. Okay. Wow. Now you got to call them old playing moves. Wow. You know, get them out of here. They call it hammer. Oh, I'm kidding. No. Of course. I use sound. I turned it off. Sounds are satisfying.
Everyone uses sound. Well, that is verifiably wrong.
That is incorrect. I always use sound, especially speed chess. Okay. Yeah. We know playing moves. Everyone
speed chess. I mean, are you expecting the moves to take like 30 seconds? When you're playing speed chess, are you looking somewhere else? Are you expecting not to notice when your opponent makes a move?
Oh man, that's hilarious. Yeah, I think I just never changed the settings. So I kept it where it was. Thanks, chat. Okay, good to hear. Some people are using sound, some aren't. You know, I know you sound.
The verbal cue helps you react faster. I'm not sure that's true. Do you think that's true?
No, definitely not. Because in over the board chess, you know, we were over the board before. there was online chess stuff. So on, yeah. Now there was no verbal cue. Hey, bro, move. Hey, it's your move. Or hey, you just know you move and hit the clock when they move and hit the clock. That's just how it goes. So we didn't have that. No.
Okay, a castling from Fabi that has opened up some possibilities here because now we can start attacking against this black bishop, and the bishop doesn't really have long-term safety to move to. So rook c7 strikes me as a distinct possibility for Hikaru here. I mean, I
Yeah,
guess
bishop
you have to
d5.
just
Yeah.
move the bishop into the center.
No, it's rook a5 jumps out, but I just want to stop a potential a5. But I guess it'll be weaker if
I
it
can also
pushes.
go
Oh yeah,
b4
I keep missing that move. Yeah, b4 is really
because
strong.
I
Forget about that.
right now I'm kind of concerned that the pressure against my pawn is gonna actually be worth something.
Yeah, I definitely like the b4 clamp. Clamps down
Actually,
b4 here.
I'm not sure about this. What if I first go rook here to attack the pawn,
Rook
and
fd.
then if you defend, now I go rook up
Oh
because
yeah.
bishop to d5 would then block the rook's protection of the pawn so that I can take it.
Mm-hmm. That's nice.
This is something.
Yeah, that's
This is
something.
distinctly better for white, I think.
Active. Knight comes into e5. F7's kind of loose. And b4 once
Yeah,
again.
well, I'm not sure we're gonna manage to keep this rook though, because like
Chain follows
we're not
me.
gonna be able to keep that rook on the seventh rank because our opponent is always gonna want to trade. But I was just thinking the general consensus of easier easier getting the king into the center, and also this bishop is pretty bad because it's looking at a pawn protected by another pawn, which is like the kryptonite for bishops.
I've read in the books, they say like biting on granite. The bishop's biting granite, what they say in like the books or whatever. So yeah, that's very bad bishop,
I don't
but
know why
the king
granite
though.
was so common in the olden days
Yeah,
that
right.
everything became
Biting
granite
on granite. Yeah, yeah.
comparisons.
Right.
But I'm not sure I've ever seen granite
Yeah, that's seen
in
I have
my
on a
life.
table,
But
a marble table, or something to some type of
I
table.
understand the concept.
Yeah, correct.
Are we liking Hikaru's chances? Um, I mean, a draw is definitely the most likely result, but I think the last two moves, both Hikaru's and Fabi's, was good news. I think Hikaru made a good decision preventing the bishop's maneuver to the b5 square. And Fabi, I was more scared of him trying to utilize that b5 square than castling. And I feel like Hikaru now, he's likely to manage to take the pawn on d4. And once Hikaru does take that pawn, let's just imagine a fantasy world in which that pawn is captured. Um, then I think there's a lot of good things going on because also he has a very clear path with his king to attack into the black half should all the rooks be traded off. So that's another thing I think we need to talk about right now. Hikaru would be happy with both rooks traded off.
I believe so as well. I think about it reminds me of like especially when I see these type of in games, the old in games, like very old with Capablanca and stuff like that, where you see they just play these super long in games where it's king pawn with the same amount of pawns on the same side, and they just play it out all the way through. Where that slight advantage is generally because of the king placement. It's just that's it. There's no other difference than my king is better than yours, and you can see that in this game here, especially when we get rid of the d4 pawn, trade a pair of rooks, and look to trade the other one. King has a clear path to b6, which a6 is weak. This is very likely, in which you see a lot in Catalan in games, that white just gets the better position. I've seen there was a famous game, Wesley So and versus Geary, I think, but it was just like an easy. It was he got a pawn and then grinded it down and like won the end game, and it was very technical, which you need here. The technicalities, technical ability, special skill that they have here. that they need to Hikaru needs to employ here. It's probably his best bet, but still in the think tank, using his time wisely. He used all this time, got that time edge, and still up 20 minutes.
Senadoc asks, what happens if they draw? Is there a game tomorrow? There is a game tomorrow, regardless of result today. This match is being played in the classical time format, 90 minutes to start the game. One game with the white pieces, one game with the black pieces. Today, Hikaru is white. Tomorrow, he will be black. If the match is tied at 1-1, Hikaru doesn't then automatically win the tournament. No, because then they are still going into tiebreakers. And then if Hikaru wins the tiebreaker, he wins the tournament. If he loses the tiebreaker, then they have to play another match on Monday because Hikaru, it's a double elimination tournament, and Hikaru hasn't lost both his lives, even if he does lose this match.
I forgot about that. Actually, the double elim gotta be eliminated twice. Yeah, it's tough. He has a second life, grand final reset type thing.
What is the best end game for us? Asks Michael. I would say knight versus bishop. I think the black bishop is not especially good. So let me create a scenario where, okay, we managed to take this pawn, but the rooks come off the board, and then let's pretend like the rooks get traded, and then both players bring their king, something like this. And here, I guess we can go for another trade, and then obviously this is winning for us because we have the king so high up, but let's imagine that our king wasn't that high up, but
Well,
something
95.
like this.
Oh.
Yeah, no, I had to move that back. Something like this. This is a reasonable knight versus bishop situation that could arise from the current position. And this, I believe, is quite unpleasant for Fabiano, especially considering that if this game is still going on 15 moves from now, imagine how low Fabi is going to be on the clock. So there's some pressure on the board here. I think this is favorable with the knight being able to jump around a little. The bishop is lacking a lot of flexibility because it can only attack the light squares, which means that the dark squares is completely for Hikaru's taking here. So something like this I would consider quite favorable.
So we thinking draw, or he gonna push? He gonna find something with the king? I think honestly, okay, 60-40. 60% draw, 40% not.
Okay, rook a4, good move. I like this.
He's going for rook a4. We've seen it before.
And now we had that discussion. If the rook defends, then the other rook can start attacking the bishop. And the bishop is lacking a good square to move to. This is something. One thing I do want to mention though is that one of the reasons the bishop versus knight endgame can become a bit difficult to get is because I think Fabiano will he will strive to avoid both rooks getting traded off.
If both rooks get traded off, I'm definitely going to go with Hikaru. Getting a sort of especially with time edge too. I have to put the time into play. If Fabi had another 30 minutes, I'm going to say 100% draw. But having, 30 minutes less than an extra 30 minutes, having 20 minutes here and counting, I think he's going to have a difficult time in the in game because you have to be so accurate and you have to also manage your time correctly here, which he's done a good job after trading. I think he's done a great job managing his time. Fabi, that is, but he needs to maybe speed up slightly. Hard to say.
He played a bit quicker, but the move he played enabled Hikaru to get this position where we're pretty certain he has the advantage, right? And so it seems to me maybe Fabi should have tried to play slow still in order to find that we were looking at the knight maneuver towards b5. Maybe that was good. Should Fabi have spent some extra time trying to figure that out instead of sitting here and now losing the pawn that he's up? Um, maybe I just underestimated Hikaru's position throughout. Maybe this was just always very unpleasant for Fabiano,
You
and
know, it's
I just
funny.
didn't realize
Catalan,
how much.
that's Catalan 101. Like it's just Catalan all the time. It's always just worse for black somehow. And not always, but it just feels, you feel that annoying Catalan pressure. Generally, it's with the bishop on g2 still. So, I think Fabi did a great job of getting rid of that, actually. So it's not really a Catalan anymore because you don't have the bishop. But of course, we got to the end game, and like now it's, white is slightly more pleasant. You're playing for two results, win or draw here. So especially with Fabi getting his time a little bit lower, I'm like, okay, the lower your time gets, the more I'm going to push for more than a draw here. Being from Hikaru's standpoint with clear plans. Again, I get the d4 pawn and get my king to b6. Very clear plans. Obviously, you have to trade the rooks first. Let's not just run king up there, but definitely get some trades in, run the king to b6 as the king is more active, and we could very possibly win the endgame.
Yeah, this is the dream. There's a new diagonal in town, and a bishop's got nothing to do with it.
Wow, that's man. Is you a screenwriter, Hammer, in your spare time? That's crazy. That's nuts, man. Came up with $1 million movie in 3 seconds. That's crazy.
Easier moves. Yeah, I agree with that, Ava. Also, Fabiano's getting a bit low on time, which the computer doesn't think about when it's assessing the position, but it is the human element. I think also as the audience, DJ, you have to trust that we have some idea what we're talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you can say what advantage? I see no advantage, but then I'm going to come back to you in 15, 20 minutes, and I'm going to be, well, here you see that advantage. And
Mm-hmm.
you can say that, okay, well, I mean, but he made a mistake. But I'm saying that's what chess is about.
Right.
The reason we're saying we like Hikaru's position is not because Hikaru's winning with objectively best play, but it's because we sense that there's a moment here where Fabi's going to have some difficult decisions, and he's going to get low on time, and it's going to be uncomfortable. So when we say Hikaru has an advantage, it's not based on the current situation. It's a prediction about what's going to happen moving forward.
Yeah, I read so much chess, chess books and just even the psychology ones now these days. I'm watching top level players, listening to interviews and stuff. And one thing I saw, I forgot who I was even listening to, but it was about just being practical and trying to stay in the realm of practical. Obviously, the engine is going to help you a lot and influence your play, but then after the engine, what are the practical chances? So yeah, of course, right. Hikaru's not winning, but practically, with you add the time into it, Hikaru being up some time, Fabi being downtime, we have a practical way of actually creating something, and something meaning like trade the rooks off, the king can get to b6 as Hammer's highlighting here. That's a practical thing that can actually happen, and if this does happen, that would make white significantly better with Fabi still being on time. So if you add these things up, practically Hikaru does have an advantage, but it is still, you still have to prove it, and Fabi can still make some very accurate moves here, and where Hikaru still has to obviously try to impose problems for Fabiano as well. So something to say, Hikaru definitely practical favorite, but not to say that he's completely winning at all.
Nuclear asks, could Hikaru prevent Fabi from getting the bishop to b5? Yes. In fact, I would say that's what he's been doing these past moves, right? Having this rook here control the c6 square before moving the other rook to regain the pawn. The whole point of that was preventing the bishop to b5. And Dize asks, well, explain it to me. Why can Hikaru generate chances? And frankly, I feel like we've done nothing but try to explain, because we talked about how the bishop can only control light squares which means that black has a problem, especially if we end up in a bishop versus knight scenario, that the bishop can only attack or defend half the squares on the board. We're talking about how it's easier for Hikaru to make an infiltration with his king. Although we are also saying that rooks would need to be traded off in order for the king to manage to get access to this path. But
We can show that actually
we're
too,
always
Hammer.
talking about elements in the position, and we're trying to put that into the context of why this can be favorable.
Let's show them a line with rook takes d4, rook fd, trade rooks, king f2, rook c8, bishop c8, and king walking up. King
Yeah,
d4,
okay. So let's just make a
a6, yeah.
move here.
Rook d8,
Rook comes
snap,
in.
snap, king f2, rook c8, trade, king e3, knight d5, king d4. And then you also get e4 because he's covering b6 now. So next move, I don't know, bishop b7 or something, whatever, anything. e4, and then we go king c5, then you get king b6 in next. And literally you start, knight c5 coming, I take the pawn, I push, I win the endgame.
So this is the dream.
Right.
When someone asked me, that was a very good question. What is the dream? What endgame are we hoping for? I said something about bishop versus knight, but I guess really what I should have said is being able to activate our king quicker than black. And that's part of the reason why this castling move from Fabiano may have been questionable, because now it's more difficult for Fabi to get the king in quickly.
We have a move, rook to d8. And we said rook c7 here.
So Fabi tries to hold on to the d4 pawn. The advantage of that is it completely prevents our king march, because as long as this d4 pawn is on the board, our king is not getting anywhere. So we need to win this pawn. And the way we're going to do that is by attacking the black bishop, forcing the bishop to move so that the bishop is standing in the way of the rook, and then we can take in the center.
Probably going to be played quite quickly here. Very easy move for Hikaru. Maybe he's looking at something else slightly, but definitely rook c7 is on the radar. I didn't notice that Fabi had 14 minutes here. Like, of course, it happens so fast. You're talking, we look in the chat, and then you look up and he's down more time. This is, again, very practical situation for Hikaru.
Okay, rook c7 played. Fabi spent 8 minutes on his move. Hikaru is at 1 minute in response. So Hikaru's time advantage increasing, and he's making some very direct threats.
Oh, rook d7. Oh, maybe okay. Yeah, he's just like, yo, trade him off. I understand. Get him off.
People are asking, what about rook c4? Well, I mean, it's better for us, instead of using time to attack this pawn, we would rather attack the bishop and disrupt the coordination. No matter what Fabi did here, he was going to lose this pawn. He could have moved the bishop up, but then the rook would no longer be protecting the pawn. He chooses to move the rook up, but now we're going to make the trade and then capture in the center.
Love the idea from Fabiano here. Still have that practical chance of getting a king to b6, but, one pair gone, and the rook's kind of weird on d4. Like, we just have to figure out how we can do this. Maybe rook d6, though. I
thought this was just very, very good for Hikaru, but we're returning to a previous idea that we talked about. The bishop's ability of getting to the b5 square. The computer engines here say that white has a big advantage, except if bishop comes here to c6 and then moves further on to the b5 square. So that is actually not optimal. We would like to keep the tension in such a way that this bishop is unable to improve its positioning. But yeah, no, this is a bit more tricky. Fabi found a good defensive idea here.
He used his time. He did. He's lower on time, but he definitely used it and found the right resource, especially after knight d3 from earlier from Hikaru here that kind of gave Fabiano some chances to make some quick trades, make things a little bit easier, get these pieces off the board, and look for some type of repetition somewhere later on as I'm holding. Rook d7, great move. Now after takes on d4, and yeah, white definitely is pushing. Bishop c6, so kind of eliminates a lot of that. Captures on the board. Knight takes d7 will be instant.
Okay, and now obviously Hikaru's taking the pawn. Bishop c6, the only okay move for
Finds it.
Fabi, but he plays it instantly.
Bishop c6, guys. We're going home
Well played by
early today.
Fabi here to get that bishop to the b5 square.
Going home early. All right, guys. I guess it's time to start talking about lunch and how's your day? What did you do today, guys? What did you have for lunch? What do you have for dinner? Because this is close up shop. We're going
The
home.
sounds are killing me. You guys just made fun of me for having sounds. And now you're going to critique the sounds yourselves?
Wow.
What is this behavior?
Chat is sometimes either 500 or 5,500. I always say this. It's no in between. Either they're 500 or they're 5,500 elo. It's one or the other always.
They are the incorrect sounds, says Soft.
It's always the same.
No, actually, this is super annoying. It was very well done by Fabi to get that bishop to b5. Because I was talking earlier also about how a bishop's worst nightmare is pointing at a pawn defended by another pawn. But here, the bishop just solves it by moving to an entirely different diagonal.
And yeah, and of course the knights have nothing to do. Like they are not great knights, especially in that MD2, just kind of chilling. You don't have a great square. Like, you don't have great prospects. Think about, okay, cool. Where would I want to put a knight? And like you don't even really know. Maybe knight d6, a5. What am I doing there?
D6 is pretty nice.
It would be nice, right? But
I
then
mean,
knight c4,
I think this knight has potential.
right?
I'm just scared that if I move it up, it's just going to get captured.
Right.
I'm not sure we're getting anywhere here.
Oh, that king getting closer, not liking that. Yep.
We talked about how we would like to have a bishop versus knight situation.
Yeah.
So really what we would like to avoid is the bishop trading itself off for the knight, because that was kind of the scenario where we thought we could prove the better placement of the piece.
And it's kind of hard not to allow that. Like the bishop is such a menacing piece where our knights are almost superfluous. I mean, they don't, not that they fight over the same squares, but they are not able to do what knights generally do, have good outposts and like fork things. And it's not anything to do with them in a way. Usually they say bishops hit air, sometimes when you hit in a diagonal, it's nothing on it. But the knights feel like they're hitting air here, where unless we get knight c4 in, but then we don't get a bishop versus knight in game.
Maybe we can go knight c4 here.
Now, now. Then bishop
the
d5,
knight
d6.
Yeah, no, it's still attacking two knights.
Yeah,
we can't escape with
knights.
both of them.
You can't get away, Hammer. You can't get away.
Engine says this is a bit better for white. I'm not sure I believe it, though.
The same. I mean, at very least, I could snatch d3 at the very least.
Yeah.
And then play the game. Yep, king f8, king e7, and when are you ready to shuffle?
Well, there's actually some tricks here.
Oh, that's crazy. Knight c5, and then I take b3, I guess. Rook moves, knight b3.
Yeah, but this is probably better for white.
Whoa, man, what is going on? 94. Wait, 94. E3, H6.
Oh, this is hanging.
Yeah, it's crazy. Knight H7, King G8. Then Rook D3, H6. Yeah.
Yeah, it feels better for white.
Yeah, definitely.
But it's not
Black's
much.
Getting away with tactics, like the tricks here are insane.
We would definitely prefer that Fabiano was even lower down on time for him to mess up a position like this.
Still with a 20-minute time edge for Hikaru, though.
Well, the time edge doesn't really matter as much as the amount of time
Yeah.
Fabiano has left, right?
Mhm.
Because at a certain point, it becomes it's all about finding the right moves more than Hikaru having the additional time to figure out some kind of tactics, right? Okay,
Goes for it.
Hikaru does move the knight up. So if the good news about this is that if Fabiano now wants to trade bishop for knight, he's going to have to do it immediately.
Bishop
Oh,
F5, knight
darn it.
d6.
There's this move a5 though.
Really? I
A5 is a really
guess.
good move because then um, I'm no longer able to go knight to a5, which definitely was something we were considering to attack the bishop. But also, now that this pawn is on a light square, the bishop might start targeting towards that pawn. And also, the pawn may just continue further forward along the edge of the board, trying to trade off with the draw, I was going to say, but apparently there's some tricks.
I was
Knight
looking
moves
around.
up.
Yeah, the knight's got to be something there, but knight c5 is crazy. Whoa. Was it mate threat? How do we got it? Is rook a7? Yeah.
Rook has to go back, but
Apparently
then
that's
knight
not
to
the move.
e5.
Oh my goodness. These knights. Unreal. He does it
Both
again.
knights are under attack, but if either knight is captured, there's a back rank checkmate.
Dang,
Okay,
that's
Fabi
crazy.
does go a5.
He does. This could possibly happen, boys.
I don't even remember the move we ended up
I think we
there.
played king f2.
King f2, yeah,
And then
and
a4
just
takes knight
e4.
c5, knight
Yeah, but the
e5.
thing is, Fabi's not going to be that silly, right? He's going to
Yeah.
move the
King
king
f8. Yeah, of
towards the
course.
center,
Of course.
and then he avoids back rank checkmates, and he's still ready to push the pawn next.
Yeah, no tricks.
Ah,
No
but look at
tricks.
this. Engine suggests
Bishop
rook in,
d. Oh, I
attacks
can't do that.
bishop,
Bishop
bishop
f5, yeah.
moves, and now knight attacks bishop. Bishop
Yeah.
gets to trade with the knight, but instead of recapturing here, we take the knight so that we're left in a position where black has the bad bishop and we have the knight.
He has to go bishop. Maybe not. You go bishop g6. I was gonna say bishop a6, which is
Bishop
rough, but bishop
g6 is a
g6
bit
is probably
weird.
that's true. So maybe bishop a6, but then that's
He,
it feels weird too. Like I can't
well,
move
bishop
anything.
a6 keeps the options for the knight to move forward under control. But the problem is that the rook puts pressure on the bishop. And as black, you get kind of stuck because now
Stuck.
the rook has to stay here to protect the bishop, and the bishop has to stay here to prevent the knight from moving in.
Yeah, this is not the greatest, not the greatest. But it's you get that Catalan type of pressure. Get the Catalan type of pressure where it's just better. Okay, I heard a move. King f2 is on the board.
It's a good illustration of how the knight can be better than the bishop, in my opinion.
Especially in an open board too. Generally, you like the bishop. Okay, 13 minutes for Fabi. All right. There is some small intricacies left. It's very small. King f8 is very logical though.
Yeah, king f8 is very logical. But then we ended up in that situation we kind of liked, right? But it did happen because we moved the bishop back on the wrong diagonal
Yeah.
to illustrate a point. Let's check in with the girls. We're hoping
The
Fabi's going to
ladies.
sit here and think
Let's
for a
go.
little while.
Hello, Angry Alpha. I see you.
In the meantime, Alice has yet to castle, but she has gotten a time advantage now.
Well, number one, it's unlike Alice. She just doesn't play like super aggressive chess. She's had some variations where I was like, oh, that was vicious. Tactics are there. Don't get it twisted. But she just doesn't like her positions aren't like that. Like she, this seems like a more aggressive type of player, here where I think, Tatev is that. In fact, I think it's a class of styles. In fact, Tatev is actually very aggressive. Where she's found some stuff here. The position looks great from Tatev's point. Double rooks, right? Is she up anything? 3-6, 3-6. So they have the same amount, but it looks like we're going to lose d4. Can we keep d4 in any way? I don't think so. So I'm just going to drop a pawn. How are we saving this? What's going on here?
Well, white is already up a pawn.
3-6. Three.
which
Oh,
uh,
the double pawn.
which
It's
is
like
a
counting it as
start.
one. Counting it as one pawn. Yeah. So the extra pawn. So we get the pawn back, and then
And
F4 will be weak.
it seems to me there's nothing really you can do to prevent white from castling next, right?
So we trade, take D4, F4. So black's is slightly better, I guess. Yeah, you take, yeah, and then get castled and take F4. Okay,
Well,
whatever.
actually, if you take there, I take here. So you have to take with
The
the
pawn, the
queen, but if
queen
you
takes,
take with the
takes.
queen,
Let's see one, yeah.
this pressure is very annoying.
And yeah, rook D7 and fight for a long time. Play a long game here. Oh, wait, am I dropping the pawn back? That's annoying. That is quite annoying. Maybe rook D4, and after it takes rook D1, trades rook D2, but then you
Well,
still get a
I'm not
pawn.
gonna trade
I go the
though.
other, but rook D2 now. Oh, but this I can't take. Oh, wait, I made it on the back rank. There's some crazy stuff going on here. Wow.
Actually, maybe I will trade. And now, like you said, if rook moves
I
in
can't take
here, I'm
anything.
attacking here.
Yeah.
There's the back rank mate ideas.
Tricky,
Um,
tricky.
yeah, to me, it looks like Alice is surviving comfortably at this point. I think Tatev needs to start thinking about making sure she doesn't get herself into trouble. Ooh, actually, look at this. Bishop
Mm.
takes, rook takes, pawn to c5.
Oh, heat. Absolute heat.
That pawn ended up being in trouble because it was isolated earlier. But now, if you can get a position where that pawn actually manages to capture itself into the center of the board, that would be a big improvement.
Yeah, that's vicious. I'm not gonna lie,
And
that's pretty
also, of
serious.
course, the pawn cannot be captured due to the rooks working together. Oh, God, I don't know what I did. I'm sorry, Jaren. I messed up everything. I'm back. I'm back. The rook comes in, check on the king. King moves, and then the rook in the corner is lost.
Okay.
Okay.
Sweet. Where we at time wise? 11 minutes. Okay. Cool, cool. This is a
Tatev
fire
needs to
game.
make a decision. She's not getting any more time for the rest of the game.
That is
Down to
true.
11 minutes after 19 played moves. That's she needs to get the next couple of decisions right.
Very
Otherwise, that
fast.
time situation is gonna be very problematic for her.
And it's a nice, easy combo too. Take on E2, play C5. Like there's no way around that. Take
Well,
on
there are
E2,
some
play
other things to
C5s.
consider, though. Look at this move.
Oh, hitting the rook and G2. She definitely thinking about that.
Problem is, if you take this pawn, the rook attacks the queen and the bishop attacks the other bishop.
Losing material.
Yeah, lots to think about. I guess for me, it's mostly about Tatev needs to avoid this endgame here. We analyzed this, and this is actually some serious endgame pressure for white. With the she's gonna win the pawn on c7, and then there's gonna be a 2 versus 1 on the far side, away from the kings. Which the further away you are from the kings, the more likely you are to be able to get a new queen on that side.
Good
Okay,
stuff from
she's made a
Tate.
decision.
She took on E2.
And Alice not immediate with her response, but I assume she's going to want to take back with the rook because, well, the queen is busy trying to watch out for stuff. And you can take with the king, but yeah, maybe you can take with the king. The benefit of taking with the king is that you then get the rook involved very quickly afterwards.
Man, this is scary because rook D3 coming in, but I guess you just take that boy. You just take both. Don't even think about it. Take both. Double rooks already. Takes, takes, takes. And at very least, I'm probably drawing.
I would think so.
Yeah. I would hope so. At least, yeah, we should be fine. King takes is a hard move to play until you like realize your options. You know what? Rook takes, you got C5. Ooh, she took it to rook though. C5 is a sick move.
And what's funny is that after c5, the best move is to go d5.
Oh, and I guess queen takes c5 with that
Basically
idea.
just
So
saying you're going to lose this pawn anyway, but you don't want to allow the black pawn to improve its positioning. We're back at Hikaru's game, and look at what has happened.
it's happened. It's
We
on the
called
board.
it.
We called it. We called it. It's
King
on the board.
f8 played. Hikaru attacks the bishop. The bishop moves to try and trade with a knight. Hikaru moves back, attacking the bishop. Fabi says, "Oh, I would like to get rid of my bishop." And Hikaru says, "No, I'd rather take the knight so that you keep your bishop, which is not a very good piece in your position."
And now the question is he going to go to a6 or g6? Now, kudos to Fabiano for using his time because he's still around this little range of time. So he hasn't gone below 10 minutes yet. That is going to be vital.
Well, you can give him kudos for that, but at the same time, he made a mistake now, no?
What was best, actually? What was supposed to be best, in fact? Let's go back. King f8 was correct. Bishop b5, 93. So apparently this is correct. Like,
well, maybe he should have gone bishop d5, maybe. Feels like to me.
Well, you mean after rook d? Oh, bishop d5 instead of king f8. Okay.
Because now, well, I mean, it allows the knight to just retreat. So I understand why he didn't do it. Because his plan all along was to move this bishop to attack both these knights, right? Mm-hmm. But here we have the same sort of idea that happened in the game, where Hikaru manages to, he manages to keep the knight versus bishop scenario, which is a big part of why he's doing well.
Yeah,
this okay, maybe nice. Fabi didn't make a mistake, but at the very least, Hikaru still has pressure here.
No, yeah, you're right. It's just the pressure. The pressure is going to do something. Bishop a6 or bishop g6, which are both moves. But my king's better than yours, and I have a rook on the 7th rank. If you had to pick a color here, like, hey, do you want to play white pieces or black pieces? You're going to say white. I mean, if you could say black, I'll play black pieces. Okay, cool. But you're defending.
I would go as far as to say bishop a6 is a big mistake.
Whew, that's crazy.
I think that's a big mistake because then, I mean, you're not threatening right? to push this pawn forward because the bishop is standing in the way.
Mm-hmm.
You're always going to have to deal with the rook pointing at the bishop. And then if the bishop moves, potentially the knight can get involved afterwards. And if the bishop doesn't move, then the rook always has to sit here watching out for its buddy. And then the bishop has to stay watching out for the knight coming in.
And it's tough because, bishop going to g6 is now far away from the a-pawn. So, now knight c4 maybe could happen. And then I don't know what happens after
a4. This is what he's calculating. Knight b6 attacking the rook and the pawn. He's thinking, I can't do this. But turns out he can.
A b3.
Because then the pawn moves forward supported by the bishop. But Fabi does go bishop a6.
He goes with bishop a6 and rook d6 played immediately.
I really like this from Hikaru. This bishop is very awkwardly placed. The cooperation it has with the rook, not fantastic. And if the bishop moves back, trying to get into the center of the board, turns out center of the board, it's trapped.
That's a rare case. Centralize your pieces.
And now king e7. That was the mistake. We had this on the analysis board.
We had
10 minutes ago.
Let's go.
Rook c6 played instantly, and the computer now says big advantage for Hikaru.
Let's go, chat. Let's go, chat. Energy up, energy down, clown. It is real. We have some real chances, and we have to say this. Remember, we talked about this before. The practicalities, adding things together, making the best moves, and also having time deficit. The time deficit. If Fabiano had an extra 30 minutes, this probably doesn't happen. But because his time is so low, it does happen. So
let me show you why this is so big for Hikaru. If bishop to c8, trying to reroute the bishop, knight comes in, puts pressure on the pawn. Bishop tries to kick the rook out. And if the rook just moves back, pawn pushes forward, and these trades are just a draw. If black can trade this pawn for the white pawn, it's over. It's a draw. But here, rook to c7 points in towards the king. And now if the king tries to chase the rook back, the rook sacrifices itself for the bishop. The knight comes in with the fork. The king actually still traps the knight
But it's
in
because
the
of the
corner
king.
of the
Okay.
board.
Wow.
But while the black king is busy capturing the knight, we come in with our king, and white wins the game.
Theoretical win. Wow. Unbelievable. So what happens on king d7 here? Actually,
and Hikaru calculated that, asks nuclear power. I don't think he calculated all of this, but basically his intuition tells him there's something here. Here, there's a trick. It feels right. A player can feel that, ooh, this here, my pieces are working together in a nice way, and my knight and rook are creating threats on the black pieces. So he didn't need to calculate all of this. All he needed to do was realize that now there are some tricks. And if the king tries to move after the rook can step back and attack the pawn. And then as the bishop moves back, once again, we see trickery. The knight attacking the pawn, the knight attacking both the king and the rook. These kind of tricks appeared in Hikaru's calculation. So he didn't need to see all of it to understand that this was the way to go. He just sees, okay, now I'm threatening this. Now I'm threatening this. Now I'm creating some stuff with the knight coming into b6.
Incoming blitz game for Fabiano. Incoming blitz time control for Fabiano. Obviously, this is like rapid, guys. So for the 10-minute players, they play 10-minute online. Shout out to you. You should be playing some slower chess to help your game. But yeah, it's like a rapid game where you spent a couple minutes, but this, in fact, is not a rapid game at all. It's a classical game. Fabi's at 7 minutes, just under.
I might get the wrath of the chat after this next comment, but if Hikaru wins this, he's back above 2,800.
28 hundo.
If Hikaru makes 2 draws in these classical games against Fabiano, he will drop down below 2,800 for the April 1st rating list. But if he wins one and one draw, he will be the only one, together with Magnus Carlsen, with a rating north of 2,800.
28 hundo. Back to the club.
Hikaru can pre-move rook c5. No, he cannot.
Yeah.
Rook c5 is only the best move against king to d7. But after bishop to c8, which I suspect was Fabiano's intention when he went for this, then rook c7 is creating problems over here. Fabi goes king f6, desperate move, but he realizes he needs to avoid potential threats along the 7th rank. Now rook c5 is the best.
Yeah, it's very natural. Rook c5 and now bishop c8 may be okay.
Bishop b7. If bishop c8, then the knight is doing this fork again, right?
Oh, the stupid fork. Yeah, a4, and I don't have the trick with ab3 anymore. So
yeah, and this is very important. So earlier we saw a trick where this was okay for black because they had a bishop on the g6 square helping guide the pawn home. But without that trick, the knight jumping in with forks is a lot more difficult to deal with.
Bishop b7 might be the other one. Rook c5, bishop b7, and then what? I could just go knight c4 again. But then
I want to go rook b5. I'm
Bishop
I'm I'm
C6.
really intrigued by this idea that the bishop gets trapped in the center of the board.
That's a fancy idea, man. Some people fall into that e4 trapping the bishop.
But the
You think you
problem
have a
here
square.
is that the bishop can just retreat. And if the bishop is controlling this diagonal, it's very easy to just push this pawn forward later on and get a trade, the trade you need. I moved a bit quick there. So rook c5 is the only move to try and win the game. Bishop back, that makes sense. And now the idea is knight moves just to attack this pawn. And if the pawn tries to trade, then we get the fork. That's pretty straightforward.
It is. So that means like, what is the move then? Like, well, if you don't have a move, I'm gonna win this pawn. So I don't understand.
Oh no, it's not this straightforward. It's not. No, look at this. Rook a6.
I take.
Allowing the pawn to be captured, but then you attack the pawn that's protecting the knight.
Tactics. Oh, there's no way to stop it. Wow. Yeah, unreal.
But
unreal.
Rook moves.
Bishop takes. Oh, knight
Bishop
c5.
takes, and then you get a new fork.
Beautiful. Man.
Very nice.
Chess is hard, boy. That's crazy.
Because if we had taken the bishop, they would take our knight. But yeah, no, there's so many forks now.
Yeah, it's very easy to fall into this.
This knight is such a monster, and I feel like we were onto something when we were telling people what is the best case scenario here. It is with a knight versus a bishop.
Right. Knight versus bishop and low time for your opponent, and you're the one facing the knight. It's the worst scenario to be in. Knights are so tricky. And you got to calculate, which I don't have that much time to calculate. I can get forked.
I mean, Hikaru played all the best moves instantly for the last period, but now suddenly he's thinking. And he's thinking in a moment where there's only one good move. Is there any chance he doesn't go rook c5? Like, what else could he possibly do?
Maybe something with like his king on f6 looks a little strange.
If the king moves up, then this is actually super annoying.
Oh yeah, rook b8
sacrificing the bishop,
right?
Because you set up the double attack after.
Maybe trying something like e4 f4. That's too slow though. e4 f4 g4, like because the king's on f6. But it's extremely slow. Like, what is my idea here with this?
Well, maybe this is e4 is a worthy idea.
Yeah, and just passing the move to black, like make a move.
I'm confused. Why does it make such a difference to include these two moves? Can't we still just attack here?
Bishop b7, knight c4, same idea.
So this is interesting. A counterattack.
I take.
And now the bishop has a move forward, which it wouldn't have otherwise. Which means that you're still controlling this square, which means we cannot block the rook from attacking.
Oh, big difference. The pawn on e2. He couldn't do that with the pawn on e2. Sheesh. Man, that's crazy.
So we need this pawn here to limit the options for the bishop.
So then that again makes rook c5 a better move.
Yeah. I'm concerned that Hikaru is thinking here because I'm not understanding.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that. Like rook c5 are like
concerned about. I don't see an alternative.
Yeah, I'm thinking of that too. It's just no alternative. Like rook c5 is the move, guys. We all think unanimously rook c5 is the move, but because Hikaru's thinking makes us think otherwise. He may be thinking something else or trying to calculate.
Of course, I know. I don't know what. Of course, he's gonna find it.
Of course, he's gonna find it. Yeah.
And now Fabi's down to 6 minutes. There's been a couple of moments where I was like, "Oh, Fabi's still at 15 minutes. That's not low enough to make a mistake." Turns out I was wrong. It was low enough. And now it's even worse because after he made the mistake, he spent lots of time trying to fix it, but it was too late, and he's really hurting on time now.
Yeah, he's hurting on the time here. As Hikaru is using his time. I think I've seen this a bunch of times. We all have actually, where positions where it's a very obvious move. Hikaru spent a lot of time there, and I like to see that of like, yeah, you know what the obvious move is, but he's thinking, and which we'll ask him if we're able to today about what was the thought here? What else were you calculating besides Rook C5? Because we would like to know, obviously, but he's just making sure everything is ready.
In the meantime, checking in on the girls. Oh, look at this analysis board. We talked about the C5 move and then D5. You know what happened? In reality, it did
C5
happen.
and D5 on the board. Tatev went into the think tank, deep into the tank now. 4 minutes to go. Whoa.
Yeah, no, that was great play. We thought it was a great move by Tatev trying to fix the backwardness of that pawn lagging behind the rest of the army. But pawn to d5 was a great counter from Alice. And Alice now has set up a really nice fortress with all her pieces in the center of the board. She's defending an important pawn over here. I think Alice is okay right now. And if anything, it could be a bit dangerous for Tatev that she's down to 4 minutes. We remember the last time Tatev was low on time against Alice, she squandered a winning position. And now maybe Alice will manage to turn this equal position into something, exploiting Tatev's lack of thinking time.
Very possible to do. It is hard to create something too as well with white, but okay, maybe Queen C1 and Rook E5 is actually some type of idea that I could actually get going, which is played. She's shooting forward and playing on Tatev's time. Hitting C5, which obviously defended, but the next move would be Rook E5. And then maybe Rook takes C5. And we are maybe, trying something ourselves, playing for something else to play in the clock.
Yeah, there's some ideas of trying to move over to attack this pawn, I think, as well.
Yeah, get those pawns rolling on the side of the board. And we're playing on your time.
The key thing here is that Alice didn't want to trade no queens. She wants to keep the queens on the board, which I think is a sign that she's going for the win.
And we have news. Hikaru has played Rook C5, Bishop B7 to follow. We checked Knight C4 in all lines.
Yeah, now that the bishop moved back.
Oh, dang.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it don't seem bad though. Like
okay,
from a human standpoint.
What was he concerned about with this? So if knight c4, the point of e4 must be to control the d5 square. So he must have been concerned about this bishop moving in.
And what happens if we snatch?
Exactly. Knight takes pawn, rook attacks pawn together with the bishop. Rook moves back.
Rook b5, knight c4. I guess this is draw though.
Maybe he thought this endgame here was a draw.
Yeah, and it feels like that because he's blocking it. But yeah, maybe, I mean, it's hard. It just says win, but he is blockading. Like, it's hard.
Maybe you can just sit here and say something like this is a draw. Because you have that eternal pressure against the b3 pawn.
Oh, yeah, he goes back to e6.
Okay. Hikaru just doesn't want this pawn to be pressured. He goes pawn e4.
So now knight c4 is coming, but a4, does he go b4?
Yeah, a4, b4, and this pawn is not going anywhere. And then we also have our king coming in. This I really like for Hikaru. Look at how Hikaru here would be putting all his pawns on the light squares in order to just completely block all the options for the black bishop. So something in this vein, I like that. And then the computer is saying now Fabi can go rook a6, and that this is the move that showcases the issues of Hikaru's previous decision.
Yeah, now we have to find or create something, which Hikaru is very good at. Obvious move is knight c4, correct?
Well, the problem is we cannot go knight c4 anymore because after a4, we can't keep these two pawns on the board because there's no knight blockading. So we're very happy to see a4, b4, because then a4 happened at a moment where our knight was standing in the pawn's path, making sure that there are no pawn trades. But if rook a6 first,
Okay, so let's go down this line after takes because we have to do ba4 there actually. Ba4 and then rook takes is 96 something because I see 96 rook c7 is coming. So bishop has to move. No, or maybe you could check, but then I go king e3. I'm actually going to run the king to f4. I think I'm not mated. I think,
yeah,
but yeah,
actually,
rook
this is
here and
this
check king
is
e3. Check king
well,
f2. I mean f4. Am I mated if I go f4?
I would be slightly scared.
I am slightly scared, but I also do know
Oh, you
that
are getting mated.
I am king. Look at this mate, bro. That is vicious. So you can't go that way. So you have to go like king d4 or something, but then you give up
But
f3.
this is a bit difficult to find, and Fabi's getting low on time now.
Yeah, yeah, that's a lot. That is a
So
lot.
rook a6 is the only move that. Oh, he plays a4. This is great news. Okay,
b4.
Engine doesn't think this is winning for Hikaru, but it's seriously unpleasant for Fabiano.
That's a good move from Fabi though. Going to the file, maybe I go king e3 and just hey, whatever. You can go rook d1. Okay, this is going to be some serious calc. Rook d1's coming. He's going to go around to a1. We got to be quick.
Why are we not going rook king e2?
Oh yeah, maybe better. Bishop a6 b5, right?
Because then we
Yeah, why not just
control
king
the
e2?
square, right?
Yeah, get both. Take both squares. So bishop a6 is nothing because of b5.
Yeah, Hikaru has played king e2.
Very nice.
Fabi's bishop is so bad.
There's even rook a5 coming. Like a4 is such a
I
weakness
don't even
now.
know if I want to take this pawn.
Yeah,
I want to take the
true.
bishop. I want to go rook c7.
Ugh, put the bishop on a8. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, because I now these kind of things, if the bishop tries to give a check, I'm trapping it.
Yeah, that's crazy. Bishop on a8 is now just say head bopping. Let me see if he's doing the classic Hikaru. No music, head bop. Okay, he's chilling now.
Engine thinks that Fabiano is okay with a rook trade here. But let me tell you, with 3 minutes remaining, Fabi obviously knows that a rook trade is like one of the things Hikaru was hoping was going to happen because then he can move his king up. We no longer have this diagonal, but we have a similar idea. So the rook trade is strategically dubious for Fabi,
Yeah.
but it is the recommended move. How do you make that decision with only 3 minutes remaining when your instincts are telling you rook trade here is, ooh, I don't really like that.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna happen. I mean, it's just practical. It hurts. Like you're down time. You telling me the best thing to do is to trade and like go into this in game where I could lose this pawn on a4 and defend against the pass pawn, the b pawn. Are you crazy? Like this,
But
it's
the
not
thing is,
human.
his alternatives
Not
are so
human.
bad
Yeah,
that
that's tough.
maybe
That's really
because if
tough.
he moves the king back, then he
It's really
knows for
tough.
sure that Hikaru can make the trade if he wants to. So if he feels like the trade is going to happen regardless, maybe.
2 minutes.
And
2 minutes. Rook
if the
d7.
rook just moves up to control that square, ooh, g5.
Okay.
He's desperately trying to get his bishop into the game. Right now, this bishop is very bad because of the pawn defended by another pawn. So he's trying to sacrifice a pawn on the opposite side of the board in order to disrupt this working relationship.
That was very strong. That was very strong because G4 is the idea. So do we stop him by playing G4 ourselves or H3? G4 is
Oh,
coming and this piece will be activated.
Well, I think maybe we go here first, right?
And bishop a8.
Because if g4, maybe now rook c8. If that was good on the previous move, it's going to be better once we commit more pawns to the light squares.
Correct.
So
Very
maybe we
nice.
go rook here, attack the bishop. Bishop moves back, I guess. And then g4.
Yeah, that's better.
This I mean it's breathing,
It's alive, but not really.
but it's suffocating.
Yeah.
This is very nice.
Very
And no,
clean.
I rook c7, that's the move. Has to be.
Also, up 20 minutes on the clock here. Very good.
Oh, actually, if rook c7, there's rook b8.
Okay.
And now, because of the potential check on the king and attack against the pawn, you have to go pawn b5 to restrict the bishop's movement. But
Allowing
then Fabi would be able to get the g4 move he was looking
Mm,
for.
that's probably what he's going to do too. That's super annoying. That's a great way of doing it. Rook b8 does put the subtle threat of bishop a6 there.
If Fabi defends this, that will be very impressive.
2 minutes
He's
too
under
long.
he has tremendous problems both with the fact that his bishop is so neutralized, but also the time.
Yeah, I mean, Hikaru's again using his time as you should, guys. I mean, he was up so much time, he still is. He's up, 19 minutes here, which is good. I have enough time to sit here and think and try to figure this out and calculate further than you can. Probably is calculating on his time too, but just not as much. He has to almost move instantly here. So G5 on the board. Rook C7 is likely.
The more time Hikaru uses, Fabi is calculating as well. Yeah, but the benefit is Hikaru knows what he's calculating, while Fabiano has to calculate like four different moves.
That's correct. And then when it's Fabi's turn, depending on what Hikaru plays, now he has to calculate that line. And in hopes that he's already calculated it when Hikaru plays it.
I think Hikaru is going to take some time here, and frankly, he has the time to spend, right?
He does. That extra time, guys, telling you that time edge, it always trickles down as the time gets lower from both sides. He was up 40 minutes at one point, gave 20 of it back, but still up 20. 18 really, but still a lot of time. Nowhere near time trouble for Hikaru compared to Fabiano. 2.5 minutes here. Critical position.
In the meantime, I'm just gonna swoop by the girls' game. Also, there, one player very, very low on time. And Alice did indeed move her queen over to the left side, trying to target the pawn on a7. But for the time being, Tatev keeps that pawn safe.
She's still looking for a win here. She's like, hey, it's possible. Your time's low. Mistakes happen when time gets low. See what happens.
Yeah. The eval bar is in Tatev's favor, but to me, it feels like Alice is the one looking for something. And that has to do with the fact that Tatev is the only one with isolated pawns, pawns that cannot be protected by other pawns. So these two pawns are much easier targets to go after than whatever advantage it is white has, which frankly I'm not fully understanding. No, sorry, that black has.
King D1. Now, that's a good move. What's any threats?
I, I can't really see any threats for either player. Rook c4 makes sense to me, trying to attack this pawn. Oh, Queen b1, game over.
Game over because Rook D1's coming.
Oh,
Whoa, you just
wow.
made it.
Okay, so I'm starting to understand what black's why the computer likes black.
Yeah, I got a mate threat on the back rank.
There are some concerns here.
Just go back to E1. Try again.
Yeah, I mean, if Alice wants to draw, she can have it. I don't think Tatev would object being down to 3 minutes.
Right.
Okay. Hikaru, 17 minutes. He could potentially just spend it all here. But he's going to want to preserve some of that for some important moment just down the line.
That's right. That's right. 15-minute time is still there.
What's the prize money, says a chill chess. Being a good commentator, I should have checked that. But I haven't checked it. I have, however, seen what the chatters are posting. And apparently it's 75K for the winner and 55K for second place. Oh, the bot has a command. Well, that's one way of
doing better. Prizes. Nice.
Already guaranteed a very nice prize, Hikaru, but he is the big favorite for first prize now.
$55,000.
Are we winning? We're pretty close, Asher. It's very unpleasant to be Fabiano at the moment, but chess is a difficult game to win. There's always a lot of resources to save the day.
That's it. There's always those extra resources that you have to find, a lot of tactics. And you can pressure the clock, like Hikaru's done this whole game. He plays Rook C4. Is that a mouse slip? Wait, let me see if it's on the board. Maybe he meant to go Rook C5. Nah, that's on C4. That's on C4.
Okay, so he's trying to capture the pawn on. He's trying to capture the pawn on A4.
Yes, with B5.
So he's planning to go B5. Rook takes pawn, but he didn't go B5 immediately because then after G4 takes, the bishop gets into the game. Wait, Hikaru's getting up from the board when Fabi's down to 2 minutes? This is not the time to leave the board.
He did get up. Yeah, he's gone. He's gone. He took his drink with him too. Like yeah.
So with that reasoning, Hikaru moves the rook back first because he wants to protect the pawn so that Fabi cannot push forward on the side. And he still has that idea of moving pawn up and rook takes pawn later.
Won't be that much later if Fabi don't move with a minute 30 on the clock. Under a minute 30, he's going to move in the next 5 seconds, it seems.
Chess engines say it is a draw if Fabi goes for the rook trade, but he didn't go for the rook trade on the previous move, and he doesn't do it again. Had Fabi had 15, 20 more minutes on the clock, he would have calculated the endgame and felt comfortable going for the rook trade. But here he feels like he cannot do that because there's a very real chance that the white knight is just superior to the black bishop. And so he lets that opportunity go. Now Hikaru, pawn push forward, capture the pawn.
That's Hikaru with expressions. You can see his expressions of like, wait, are you sure? Are you sure? I don't think that's correct. I don't think that's correct, Chad. I don't think that's correct, Chad. I don't think that's correct. Are you sure?
Okay, no, so the pawn is under attack. Fabi instantly completes his plan of pawn to G4. I'm not understanding why the engine is so happy on Hikaru's behalf. Because after takes, rook takes here. I mean, you're definitely losing this pawn. How is this winning for white after losing that pawn on the king side? This is wild.
It is wild. Yeah,
You're
nice
also
c4
losing this
b2.
pawn.
I guess we all in on the b pawn.
You're trapping the bishop.
Oh,
The
it's
bishop is
trapped.
trapped.
What? Insane, bro. That's crazy. The craziest bishop trap I've ever seen.
So
Because
all the
bishop c8,
pawns
rook
are working to,
c7.
and with the king also to make sure the bishop cannot move forward. And if the bishop moves back, here comes the knight, and there's no way to defend it. Oh, apparently this is a draw.
Yeah,
Oh,
rook
but rook
c7 is
c7, that's
better.
also trapping.
Yeah, rook c7 is better.
But now you also can have the knight in defense.
Even here, it's just like something's coming. Oh, king e5 there. What? Real chess is
Apparently
ridiculous.
here, king c2 is the only.
Wow, you couldn't go d4? What?
Why not d2?
Oh, because it's e5 check. Yeah.
Oh, you want to prevent black from. Okay, yeah, this is still very tricky.
Yeah.
Okay, Hikaru, I think, understandably didn't want the pawns to be traded. So if Hikaru had taken this black pawn, not only would he lose his the pawn that was safeguarding the e4 pawn, he also would lose this one and this one. And it was very, very difficult to realize that that was good for him, despite all of that, because of the bishop getting trapped. So in general, when you're attacking, you want to avoid pawn trades. And when you're defending, you want to encourage pawn trades, which is what Fabiano's doing here.
e5.
Now takes and king up.
Better position.
Easy for Hikaru, right?
Yeah,
takes, king up, rook down.
Maybe throw in the check first.
Yeah, nothing is easy here. Rook here, bishop takes.
Check, king f5.
Check, no. King moves. Turns out you cannot take the bishop because then you get counter.
That's gonna hurt.
Still a very tricky position, but the fact that Hikaru has 15 minutes compared to Fabiano's 2, it means that he can spend some thinking time in the critical moment.
Calculating. Pondering. Chat says Alice Lee just blundered, in fact.
Oh, did she allow the
checkmate?
Oh,
it is. Look, we're taking with the brilliant. Ugh. Oh my goodness. It hurt.
Great play from Tatev, sacrificing her rook, and then she's gonna have the queen to give a check on the king and on the rook. Honestly, a deserved win for Tatev, who I feel like she's done tremendously well this tournament, but even so, she's had a rough time in converting some promising situations. If she manages to get the win here, despite being so much down on time, that is going to be so sweet for her, but also so deserved.
Those tactics, nice job there, Tatev. She in great form. We were saying that she beat Irina Krush as well, and now she's looking to beat Alice here. Trying to get to a grand final.
Do you know Tatev well? Does she have a lot of IM norms? She must be winning a lot of rating, no?
Yeah, she's winning a lot of rating recently. I'm not sure about norms or what she had there, but she's been working, I know, a lot recently on her game. So, and it's showing. In fact, it's absolutely showing. Whatever she's doing is completely working right now. Because
actually, she's not winning that much rating because despite she beat Carissa Yip, but she beat her in rapid.
Oh,
not in the classical.
Oh, I thought this was classical. Yeah. Okay, that's tough. That's all good. She still have some points, bro.
Well, she's gonna get a couple with this nice one. Knockout.
She can convert here. Minute 40, but should be easy to convert here. King's a little weak.
Not so easy for Hikaru, but if anyone's gonna win this, it's gonna be him. Let's just, because actually there's only so many good moves here. The problem right now is that f5 is kind of a tempting move, I think. strategically, just keeping as many pawns as possible on the board. But the chess engine doesn't like it.
I guess. I mean, it's very practical because I can take a4 next, lock everything down, push the b pawn, but yeah,
Maybe
I guess he
even
has some
rook
play.
here, actually. Why? Ah, if rook there takes take, king comes in, and the king can try to defend, but it's gonna
Knight
get
c4
chased back.
instantly.
Okay, so let's check let's just do whatever the computer tells us to. The computer says there's one way where Hikaru can get a big advantage, or rather maintain his big advantage. Takes, king up. Now, in my opinion, the only move that makes sense here is trying to go counterattacking.
Yes.
So even though it's not the computer top choice, I'm going to input rook d1 because I can't imagine Hikaru's scared about any other move.
So rook e1 check is coming. Rook
Now, rook
c7.
c7 is recommended, attacking the bishop. The bishop captures the pawn.
Maybe we go knight c4 check. That could be
The
winning.
knight comes in. The king has to remain close by to keep the bishop protected.
Rook c5 check.
Here, now we're closing in on something.
Oh, and if bishop blocks, knight b6, but then king
If
e6.
rook blocks, then knight check.
Beautiful
Ooh,
check.
no, he went for this f5. He tried to keep as many pawns as possible on the board.
I mean, it's a practical way of playing. Keep pawns on the board, try to take and try to use the b pawn to win while keeping the king where it is. Or his king on f6. Very practical way chat says. And draw. Maybe. It's still some chances.
Okay, so Fabi needs to move his rook over to start counterattacking. But the problem now is that Hikaru's struggling to defend this e pawn, which is making it difficult for him to trap the bishop, right?
I actually just noticed that. Yeah, I just
Because
noticed like,
now
oh,
if king
e4's
up,
hanging.
rook
Yeah.
in, rook up.
Yeah.
If the bishop moves back, then the bishop is getting trapped, right? But the problem is the black rook can always force the king back so that the bishop can move forward instead of having to retreat.
Yeah, I totally forgot about e4 hanging in these lines, which is like, oh yeah, I could take a4, push the b pawn, and like have a great day. But then, wait a second, how am I going to defend e4 and g3? Like, which is just not happening. So it's difficult, and I can't. Maybe I could try b. Yeah, I'm trying to go all in on the b pawn, but I'm going to lose the e and the g, maybe even the f, and even
I feel
giving
like
it up with the
Hikaru
bishop.
needs to move the knight to the c3 square
That's a nice
because he
maneuver.
needs to have the knight protecting this pawn.
Knight b1,
So
rook
knight
h3,
b1 now,
rook
rook
h3,
check, king moves up,
b2,
rook goes after the pawn. I get knight c3,
take a
takes,
check.
and then king. I was going to say king back.
I actually like king c4. That's crazy. Like we found different moves there. I wanted to go forward. I don't know why though. King d2. What's
Oh
wrong
yeah,
with king
maybe
d2?
I have to go forward because otherwise
Just
there's
a bunch
just
of
a ton
checks.
of checks. But I didn't want to go forward because now
Oh, knight
I'm
d5.
not
I
going to
thought I
be
had knight
able to
d5.
make that attack anyway, right?
Oh. Yeah, I was looking at knight d5, king takes.
Yeah, the problem now is that if Hikaru tries to be funky and tries to trap the black bishop, there's a real concern that he's gonna give Fabiano enough time to start trying to get a new queen.
Hikaru getting closer on time here. Now let me see if there's any emotion from him. Does he look frustrated? Oh, yep. The head shakes. Yeah.
Well, there's actually a nice trick here with knight to c4. Knight c4. Now, if the rook comes up to attack, knight d6 does trap the bishop.
What a trap that is. That's funny. And what about on bishop e4 after there?
That's the concern.
Oh.
So bishop takes e4. Now you have this check. If king takes pawn, then the knight
Ooh,
comes in with a fork.
vicious.
but the king instead moves next to the pawn.
And apparently this is not. Well, I guess it's not. But
And
knight takes
then
e5 is
knight
strong.
takes,
King
and
takes
now the
f5.
king can take here because now the knight no longer goes
How am I
here.
not winning? Knight takes f7. Oh, there's check. Ah, little stupid check in between first. Rook h2 check maybe first. Or bishop f3 check. And like, yeah, he's out. He's out of the woods.
Yeah, I mean, you have the extra pawn, but the problem is now the bishop is just a great long range piece. And anytime this pawn advances, at the minimum, the bishop can sacrifice itself. You can imagine something like this, where the rook goes after this one, and then yeah, I was going to say knight here and then pawn forward, but the problem is you sacrifice the bishop and you give a check. But even if the king was up here, right? Even if something like this, the rook and knight versus rook is also a draw.
Hikaru frustrated as well. I think he saw him look at the score sheet, which generally you do that to try to see where did I go wrong? What was my better move? Or sometimes just looking at the score sheet, but lots of times you'll see looking at the score sheet is showing where was I wrong? What was the better move? So thinking about obviously the past already, saying that I botched it. This is a draw, type of thing. He's just not, you can see kind of the emotion. He's not very happy about what happened, which is understandable. He was pushing.
Alice, in the meantime, is going down. Tatev has managed to capture two of White's pawns, and she's getting ready for a checkmate on the king in the corner.
Nice rook f2. I could just go like queen b1. Queen b1 is strong.
Yeah, queen b1, solid move. Get the queen here or into the corner, setting up rook to d3 as well. Just good placement of the queen.
Tough. Yeah, good game. Tatev is on a tear. Tatev on a tear.
Oh, this is going to be so disappointing for Hikaru. He was so close.
He was. He was, guys. It's so tough, right? Yeah, he was there. Great job for Fabiano for holding the way that he did. And I mean, you have to give, great credit to Hikaru too. He put so much pressure on Fabiano here in this game. So much pressure on it, and then literally one thing. That's how it is in chess.
Because
One
at
man, one
some
move.
point there, it seemed like it was just going to peter out to nothing, right? The
Right.
way Hikaru managed to keep the right pieces on the board in that kind of the phase where it was going from a middle game to an end game, that was very impressive.
Yeah, very impressive finds from Hikaru with everything, even with the rook a4 ideas, knight a3, we found it, rook takes d7, knight versus bishop. I mean, the hard part was done there. Maybe it was just starting. In fact, actually, was getting here.
Why f5 was obviously not right. I'm not sure. I think it's obviously not right, but we talked about how, in general, when you're attacking such endgames, you want to avoid pawn trades because the way you win is by getting a new queen, and the fewer pawns you have, the fewer opportunities you have to get a new queen. So f5 made sense from a strategic point of view in order to preserve as many pawns as possible. But the problem with that move was that he wasn't really able to reinforce the the pressure from the black bishop on the e4 pawn. So if f5, if we just go in a little circle here, and I've now put Hikaru's king one step further up. But here, I think this would be very, very dangerous for Fabiano because now the king is already there to protect the e4 pawn. And if play had continued similar to how we saw in this game, then the knight would be able to get into the game, without bishop takes e4 available because the king was already there to protect. So that was part of the problem there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he tried, man. He pushed very hard here. F5, he wanted to keep the pawns on, but then his super counterplay that he has with the E4 pawn being loose, also G3, and F5 is connected to E4. So E4 drops, F5 drops, which means I can even give up a bishop for the pawn and
Ooh, he
go from
does
there.
go with this knight to
There we go.
B1.
There we go. He's trying, Chet. He's still
He's
trying.
trying, but let's not lose the game. This was my suggestion to try and reinforce the pawn on E4. But we saw some scenarios where the computer felt like this would be okay. No, this is better. This is better. He's going to put the knight on D2 so that his king is not getting checked in from the side. I was going king up, but then the rook will come in and give a check on the king. King back, I like that a lot better. And now if rook comes in, we have the knight to protect this pawn. And if rook takes pawn, we trap the bishop. We're trapping the bishop.
I know. We still trapped the bishop. That's sick. That boy was calculating. That boy was really calculating. That was vicious with the king D1 type of play. It's a very unnatural move to go back like king to D1 there. But then knight D2 is still trapped the bishop. That's nice. That's some great calc there. Great
Apparently, the
work.
only drawing idea here is rook comes in check, king
Okay.
moves up. You have to just abandon the bishop.
Oh, this is scary. I ain't gonna lie. How are we stopping this pawn? Okay, maybe it's knight C6 at the very least. Oh, but he can go like
stopping the pawn.
Oh, we got to give up the rook.
That's not such a bad idea. Maybe.
Check. Takes.
Remember when Magnus beat Nepomniachtchi?
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, rook and knight and pawn versus a queen?
I remember that. And then also
but this is not it. You need to go up here to try and win this, but then the queen actually has a double attack.
Yo.
Yeah, no, that doesn't work. But it doesn't matter. Like the position was a draw anyway. So Hikaru is just going for what maximizes his chances.
Love it. King D1 puts it on Fabi, and it makes him think because he's like, yo, you got a minute 30 to figure this out, buddy. King D1, calculate as best as you can, my friend. And he will, because Fabi is a calculator as well. But King D1 putting it on him with very low time. Here we go. He's gonna make a move. He's about to be under a minute here, guys. Let me see. It's like to see the emotions, the nervousness, anxiousness. Yeah, Fabi's just calm. He always like that. And no nerves, nothing. But he does know, okay, I'm getting low on time. Got to make a move, though.
The mind game, says chat, with the head bobbing.
The head bob.
So Hikaru now 100% is trapping this bishop. So the more head bobbing he does, the more Fabi thinks, oh, I can't. Oh, but the save here is incredible. Actually, I ended my analysis too soon because I went with my king away from the black pawn because I thought it's annoying getting checked in from the side. But turns out, if Fabi just gives checks in from the side, the king will be able to avoid those checks in the end.
Well, where's the rook go now after king f2?
Oh, well, apparently the rook can go back, but I'm not sure.
We have a move.
Okay, check. He's given another check. Oh, so he's trying to force Hikaru further away from this pawn. But that means he's going to take one more. I think that means he now has to spend more time.
Oh, he had 20 seconds, though. Got to move. Make a move or don't.
Yeah, he's trapping the bishop here. He's trapping the bishop here. Because Fabi now spent one extra move, forcing the king further away, but that extra move makes it easier to stop the pawn afterwards.
Push. Oh, correct. I get back in time.
Because now we managed to get the rook back just in time.
Get back in time. But he
makes one question mark. Winning position. Mark,
winning position. Blunder. Everybody in chat going crazy. Let's go. Let's go.
I'm not understanding it yet.
Yeah, me either. We just see the bar. But okay, so knight
No, no,
c3.
now we go knight c3.
Yeah, I'm
Now we
seeing
go
knight
knight
c3.
c3. All we were planning to go knight to d2 to avoid getting checks in from the side, but now that Fabi has moved his rook closer to the king, we don't have to be afraid of checks from the side anymore. And we can now
Is there just
go for this.
and go for the bishop? Yeah, and he's like 3 tempi away now, from doing it. From like, okay, maybe you can check
Because
me.
we
Push.
remember this from earlier, but we remember this from rook here and then bishop takes. Compared to the previous analysis we did, we've already moved the rook to attack the bishop, which is what decides it in our favor.
Here we go. 4 minutes left for Hikaru. 30 seconds for Fabiano. Knight c3 being played. I mean, he can go into knight d2 and still be fine, but knight c3 is the more active way of doing things.
Well, the
With this
thing is,
bishop being
after
trapped.
knight c3, you're threatening king d2. Whereas after knight d2, I'm not sure. Well, I guess you're threatening rook a. No, no, because after knight d2, you're not threatening rook a7 because of bishop takes pawn. So that's why I think it's better to go knight c3 because then you can chase the rook away from this and then go after the bishop.
Hit the bishop. Very likely. Very strong. Ooh-wee. Here we go. Let me see what Hikaru's doing.
Very straightforward. Very straightforward.
Okay, he's locked in. I like to look at their eyes to see where he's calculating. Yeah, he's looking at everything.
One concern though, after knight here, rook up, king attacks, rook takes,
rook a7.
Now C8. There is rook takes knight.
Okay, it does work. Takes. I push. I don't know.
But then this guy is moving.
Push takes. Push. I get it back in time. King, yeah, rook over first. This should be winning. Rook takes. It's a good one.
I mean, it's winning, but it's difficult to calculate.
Yeah.
What's strange here is that apparently even knight to d5 is winning.
I thought this too, but I couldn't figure it out. Knight takes, and I know this b pawn is vicious. So like I push it, and how do you get? Yeah, you just can't get back in time. Push and rook a8. Yeah, it just felt, and I feel like it just felt right. But knight d5, I thought he had something maybe, but maybe not. The DNB.
You could always go back because there's no check because of the black pawn standing in the way.
Knight d5 is really strong, but let's see what he plays. He got a bunch of moves. Everything apparently seems to be winning.
Knight d5 then probably more accurate.
It seems easier to calculate. Knight d5 takes. How are you getting the b pawn? Yeah, push the b pawn. Maybe. Bless you. Push the b pawn.
You just use the rook to block. Maybe
this is a simple route. Very simple. 2 minutes though. Okay, gotta be. I mean, he shouldn't mess this up. Even having this time.
Okay, I messed it up. Apparently, I'm not even sure what I did wrong. I thought I was making sensible moves.
It's behind him. Okay, let's see. Okay, Hikaru's gonna make a move here. We check the cams. Yeah, chat says facial expressions are not convincing.
Just push.
He's just shaking his head.
The computer is suggesting pawn b6, but that would be a terrible move because then you're giving your whole plan has been about trapping this bishop. Pushing would just mean that you're no longer keeping the bishop trapped. Knight d5 played.
There it is. The simple route. This is the easy way. Okay, well, we will say the easy way of trying to get it to wait. He just took on b6. That's it. We just push. I mean, he took on g3. Push. I don't know. Is he a check? Are we missing something? All right.
Well, maybe I guess he's going for that endgame that we analyzed, right?
Oh, yeah.
The pawn pushing forward.
Yeah. Check. Push.
He's got nothing.
Queen. Yep. I believe so. We just push and Pete.
No, he's got absolutely nothing.
Yep.
Hikaru's taking his jacket back on.
Put the jacket back on. Put the jacket on. Let's wrap this up, buddy.
I must admit there have been some blitz games where I'm starting to gather all my opponent's pieces when I want them to resign. I'm like,
Like,
I'm getting
all
ready
right,
to
you
just
ready?
dump these pieces on the board for you
Yeah.
to reset the position.
Sometimes you just stare at them, awkwardly. You ready? You ready? Okay, cool, cool. You ready to do this? All right, cool, cool.
Bobby's got nothing.
Probably, yeah. Calculating, looking you off. Sometimes it takes a few moves to resign. Totally understand. Check happens.
Yeah, we're plenty of time to stop that pawn.
And no time for Fabiano. Again, if he would have had extra time, like 30 minutes or so, this would have never happened. He would have had time to figure out the best moves there, but yeah, Hikaru made it happen. Put pressure on the clock, made it happen.
Well, I mean, on the other hand, at the end there, it was Hikaru who would have benefited from more time, right?
Yeah, yeah, it was a little dicey. He got a
So
little dicey in there.
Fabi landed himself in trouble because he was getting low on time, but then Hikaru didn't manage to exploit that on the first go. Because he yeah, and Fabi resigns. What a game! Nothing stopping
Whoa!
this pawn from becoming a new queen.
Let's
What a
go!
performance!
Let's go, Chad. Let's go. What a performance from Hikaru. He got it done. It was an absolute grind. He actually had that time advantage early in the beginning, which really gave, him so many chances to make Fabiano go wrong, because Fabiano was in the think tank from the opening. So congratulations, the plan worked out.
We see them discussing the game after the fact. Fabi seems reasonably calm. He understands he was under pressure for most of the game.
Calculating.
Yeah, at the end there, he would have figured it out, Fabi here. Fabi would have figured it out if he had just had 10 more minutes on the clock, but that was the problem of getting into that trouble in the opening. He spent all his time in the opening and didn't have anything left for this moment.
Very good. I mean, great play from Hikaru here. Grinded it all the way down, even used up all of his time advantage, but needed to do it, needed to use it. Did it very well here. I was able to take down Fabiano here in this in game where he was just practically better. Practical chances is what it's about. Be nice.
Okay, we're gonna just take a look at the last couple of moves between Tatev Abrahamian and Alice Lee. Tatev has won that game, and she didn't use that Queen B1 move we talked about, but what she did was more than good enough. Threatening checkmates in the corner, combining that with the advance of the pawn, and going here also for a rook trade in order to push this pawn home. When Alice avoided the rook trade, there was checkmates coming in on every front. And that means Tatev takes the lead against Alice Lee. This match, Tatev needs to win this one and the reset in order to win the tournament. Hikaru Nakamura, on the other hand, he takes down Fabiano Caruana, which means he's a draw away tomorrow with the black pieces to just win the tournament right there and then. We see the boys still sitting there, analyzing the game, talking about what could have been done differently. But the reality is Hikaru got it done, wins the game, and we're going to take a break while we wait for Hikaru to get on the call and tell us all about how happy he is now being back above 2,800.
I'm joined by Hikaru, who just took down Fabiano in their first classical game. How are you feeling, Hikaru?
Yeah, it's a pretty good result. The way I got there was a bit of an adventure. I mean, I think this opening was very pleasant for me. We played another Catalan, and then I think I kind of let Fabiano off the hook a little bit when I traded the rooks on d7, and he got this anchored bishop on b5. I think if I'd played rook c4, I would have been substantially better. I don't want to say it's like winning or anything. And then I thought the game was going to be a draw, but he put the bishop on this a6 square. And it looks very natural, but as soon as he does that, it becomes very complicated. I haven't had a chance to look at the game after that, but I thought I played relatively well. This f5 move was ridiculous by me. I could have traded and gone king e3, and I kind of realized this as soon as he played the rook h8 move that I had messed it up, but luckily I kept my...
We're back and we're joined by Hikaru. Congratulations, Hikaru. What a win.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very topsy-turvy game. Obviously, my technique wasn't great, but at the end of the day, I think I played a pretty controlled game. So it's all's well that ends well, I guess you could say.
What were the big moments in your opinion?
Yeah, so I mean, I think there were a couple of big moments. The first big moment was when I didn't play rook ac4. That's the first thing after rook d7. So yeah, I mean, rook ac4 is such an obvious move, and then I played rook d7 in 2 minutes, which was just, I mean, absurd. I mean, it's not like it's anything special after rook c4, but the pressure is still on black, and the clock is coming into play, and so I think only good things can happen. But then,
So,
yeah, but then go ahead.
yeah, you were unhappy to have allowed this activation
Well,
of
I
the
mean,
black
the reason
bishop.
it was so ridiculous is that if you go back when I played rook f c1, I could have played rook a4 right away. Like I thought about rook a4 for half a second, but after bishop c6, rook d4, bishop b5, black should be completely fine. So I saw it here in my initial calculation, and then for some reason I just played rook takes d7 later, allowing the same setup with a wooden shield on b5. So I mean there was no good reason to allow this. And it should have probably just been a draw, but again, the good thing is that Fabiano, or not Fabiano, but in these Catalans, every position is a draw, but you just keep playing. And I think a5 is the first move that, like, it's not a terrible move or anything, but I thought it was the first move that's a little bit suspicious because it creates a weakness and the bishop is no longer anchored on b5.
I guess he assumed he was going to get to trade it with your pawn.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that, but again, it just, it's one of those things where it just felt a little bit off to me. It didn't feel quite right. Um, so yeah, he goes a5, and then I play king f2, and then he plays bishop b5, which I think is a mistake. Or no, he goes king f8, sorry. But I think already here, right here, he already needs to be very careful. I know the computer says it's a draw, but I felt like once I got this knight a3 in, it was very unpleasant to play. Um, so like I don't know. I mean, already here, I felt like maybe there's something better, like, but maybe there's always rook d6, knight a3, so maybe it's not so simple. Yeah, I don't know, but it just felt like once I got knight a3, if we go forward, once I get knight a3 and then rook d7, I mean, he should have played bishop g6. Of course, we both
Yeah.
discussed this briefly after the game. Bishop g6, and it's an easy draw. But, this is the thing. The Catalan is one of those openings where you always, it's a draw. Everything's equal, and you have to be very careful. And Fabiano just kind of fell asleep at the wheel for one move here and played bishop to a6. And
Yeah, because this is what I was saying. I thought this was a mistake.
yeah, no, I mean this is a huge mistake. It's I mean it doesn't lose or anything, but as Fabiano realized, once I go rook d6, suddenly there's no instant draw, and it's very tricky to play in this position. And it's a situation where the knight is simply better than the bishop. Bobby Fischer tried to prove the bishop was better than the knight, but even greats like him are wrong on something. So the bishop on a6 here is just not very well placed, and it's already very tough to play.
Yeah, and after king e7, rook c6,
Yeah,
now
and yeah, I mean,
even
apparently
the engines agree.
yeah, apparently king e8 is still okay because there's bishop b7, d5. But I mean, king e7 was what I expected. It's a natural move, and yeah, after rook c6, like again, I don't think this is winning, but from the standpoint of Fabiano, first of all, he's getting killed on the clock. There's no additional time added, so he's getting killed on the clock. And then you think you're drawing, and then suddenly you're in the situation where you only have 10 minutes, and it's not an easy draw, and so psychologically, it's very very tough to play. Um, and I mean, I obviously misplayed this, but already here, I think it's very tough practically. So yeah, keep going. King f6. Yeah, rook bishop b7. Yeah, and I mean, I don't know, is knight c4 good or not? I thought knight c4 bishop d5 was leading to a draw. Like rook b8? Oh yeah.
Yeah, yeah, Rich
I mentioned this in
G2.
my recap. Yeah, first I actually thought this was a draw after rook c3, rook b5, knight c4 takes.
Right.
I thought this was a draw, and also Fabiano's time won't come into play here because it's a rook and pawn endgame. So he's never going to get down to 30 seconds. And I don't know. Maybe the computer says this is winning, but I really didn't believe this. I really didn't believe this. So that's why I didn't play it. And I thought, I mean, again, keep the position going, keep the clock in play here, and that's why I played e4 instead to try and dominate the bishop on b7 further. I don't think it's a blunder, but yeah, and here Fabi misses the big chance, which is rook a6. This is a move that I was kind of concerned about, but as I mentioned in my recap, which everybody's going to go watch after we finish this interview, I wasn't. I mean, this endgame after king e3, rook b6, rook b5. I mean, a computer says it's a draw, but with like minutes on the clock and you don't know, it's very tough to go into.
And that was a consistent feature, right? Because there were multiple points later on where Fabi could have traded the rooks, but it's like you cannot make that decision with 3 minutes because it's one of those where either it's a draw or it's losing.
Right,
But
exactly.
you don't have the minutes on your clock to fully find which one it is.
Yeah, so basically, like I again, I mean, it's hard to play. I mean, maybe Magnus plays it or something, but it's very tough because knight versus bishop endgames, like when you're getting crushed on the clock, I mean, you just kind of have to make a guess as to whether it's okay or not. And actually, yesterday or the day before, Fabiano avoided an endgame, where it could have been a knight versus bishop, if you recall. When we reached this position after knight takes c3. He played this move rook c1 instead of going this b6 trade rook d1 line, where it also would have been a knight versus a bishop. So, yeah, I mean, I understand why he didn't play it, but after he doesn't go rook a6, it's just very tough to play. Very, very tough. So I go b4, and keep going. Yeah, king e2, right, and g5. Yeah, I mean,
G5 was a good attempt.
no, I mean, king e2 is, I mean, a very regarded move. I mean, I should have played king e3, obviously, but I was worried about rook to d1, and in this position after rook d1, I mean, it's just kind of, apparently it's winning after rook c7. I mean, I mentioned this in my recap too. Rook a1, knight c2, rook a2, knight d4, e5, and I missed knight e2 here. Or actually, knight b5 maybe also, knight b5 also maybe works. Maybe knight b5 is also, no, knight b5 is not good, right? No. Yeah, I mean, I missed knight e2.
Dang, 92 is crazy.
Yeah, it's the bishop's just dead. But I mean, I missed this. So like I missed this, and then I go king e2 because I'm trying to dominate. And he plays g5, which is a fantastic move because I already thought here after king e2 I was close to winning. But g5 creates a counterplay to open up the diagonal for the bishop, and it's very tricky. So yeah, here I play rook c4. I was very proud of this move. King e3 apparently still good, but I was very proud of rook c4.
We were looking at rook c7. Can you talk a bit about what you were?
I thought rook
thinking
c7
was
he
gonna
goes
happen
rook
there?
b8 though. Rook b8.
Okay.
And then
'Cause
what?
we were wondering if the bishop
I mean,
moves, then we can have time to
no,
go
but after
G4.
rook b8, I don't have time because if I go b5, it goes g4 and the diagonal opens. I mean, maybe
Yeah.
this is still good, but like I mean, this is so easy for black to play.
Mhm.
I mean, this might be good, but again, like after bishop d5, rook a4, you have the wooden shield in the middle. The rook can go to g8. Practically, Fabiano's moves here are going to be a lot easier. So like, I mean, maybe it's also good, but it's like you don't want to allow this kind of counterplay. So yeah, so I was very proud of rook c4 because you guard the pawn on e4, you prepare b5 to win a4, and you have rook c7. So you have the trifecta with the rook. And I thought that here it's like the classic T formation, right? It's like the T-bone. So I play rook c4, and now he played what? He played h5, right? And now b5, which is good. And he plays g4. Yeah, now I play f4, which I don't know if it's best, but it made sense. Yeah, now I played f5, which is just a ridiculous. I mean, this was just based on a pure miscalculation. And the great thing about my miscalculation is actually the line that I mentioned in my recap doesn't even win. So when I played f5, he goes h4. Just keep going. Yeah, rook a4, h3, h3, rook h8. Yeah, the line that I thought was winning was I thought I could go knight c2, rook h2. No, rook h3. I mean, rook h3 is what I saw, and then I realized that it doesn't work that way too. But rook h2, king d3, rook h3, or rook, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Knight e3. Rook takes G3, Rook A7, and I thought I'm winning the bishop, I'm winning the game. And as I realized in my recap, there's just King G5, and black's probably better.
Yeah, King G5. That's a crazy move. Wow, that's nuts.
So like if I
Yeah,
hadn't seen
yeah.
this Rook H3 right away, I might have fallen into this trap. But I saw the Rook H3 without Rook H2. And if he goes Rook H3 right away, I mean, there's never a Rook A7 idea at all. Like I can't guard E4 and G3, and it just doesn't work. Like, I mean, so I saw this, and then I'm shaking my head, and then I'm mad at myself for having messed it up. But luckily, I found this nice idea with Knight B1, and I mean, it's still obviously a draw with perfect play, but it's very hard to play. And Fabiano kind of inevitably goes wrong. So check, yeah, he checks. King C2. Yeah, now he blunders with Rook E1. I mean, but to be fair, Fabiano was low on time here. So yeah, Rook E1 loses. I mean, Rook G1, Knight D2, Rook G2 is still, I think, kind of hanging on. But honestly, with 30 seconds on the clock, it's very, very hard to play.
Yeah. Did you think so? For me, what's interesting about this game is the kind of the opening going into the middle game / end game.
Mm-hmm.
And did you always think that this pawn sacrifice you played was going to give you
I mean, it's a Catalan. It's a Catalan. I mean, in the Catalan, you play for some tiny advantage and you hope the game goes forever. I mean, that's what happens in most Catalans. Every position is a draw, but you try to play for some tiny advantage and just keep the game dragging on until the cows come home. I mean, that's really that's what you do when you play the Catalans. So, um, like it was, I didn't think I was in danger. And again, like I said before, if you're never in danger and you're playing for two results, a win or a draw, that's always a very good spot to be in. Um, and so it wasn't even that I thought I was much better or anything. It's just there's no way I lose this game. I can always bail out and play some knight c5, take the pawn on a6, or take the pawn on d4, and it's just very. I mean, I always have the draw in my back pocket. So because I always have the draw, it's just you just keep playing and hoping that something will happen.
I had a question on move 17, Rook C1. Actually, we were looking at this. I'm sure you considered it, but what
Yeah, I
did
mean,
you play Rook
I
C1
consider it,
for?
but as I said in my recap, which everybody's going to go watch after we stop, I mean, I considered it, but I didn't really see why. I thought there was like knight e4 here.
And
I mentioned
bishop
this bishop
E3?
e3,
Right.
cd4,
Bishop
bishop e4,
E4.
knight g5, and I mean, like,
Knight
yeah, I
G5,
mean,
we didn't see it considered there.
I mean,
That's
there's
actually
knight
wild.
h3 and there's f6
Whoa.
e5.
Right.
I mean, again,
Okay.
I don't know what's going on here, but why do I want to give Fabiano the double combination or
Yeah,
the
yeah.
battery? I can't even speak proper chess terms anymore. I was about to say double A battery, which of course is not the correct term. But he lines up the battery with Queen D5. There's knight H3, there's F6. I mean, yes, if I'm cheating and I can see the evaluation from Stockfish, then I play this. But without knowing that it's good, it's kind of insane. Versus
Yeah,
just a
yeah.
very calm, quiet position where it's a draw if Fabiano defends, and if I play a good move or if he blunders, I can win the game. And I mean, time also played a big role because if Fabiano had blitzed out all these moves and I'm not up like 30, 40 minutes, there's a very good chance that I don't play knight d3. But the fact that he spent so much time, like I just figured I can start pushing him on the board, on the clock, and it's just a dream scenario.
Nice.
was
So I did
Fabiano
consider
poorly
it. But,
prepared?
well, I mean, maybe Fabiano wasn't expecting me to play this, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's very hard to know. I mean, I obviously
This
don't.
knight to d2 has been played before, right?
I believe it has been, yes. But I mean, at the end of the day, like, it's a situation where Fabiano, I mean, you have to realize, like, Fabiano's been playing the same opening. I've been playing the same opening. You never know. Is someone going to continue to play the same thing, or are people going to change it up? Like, yes, I played the same opening this whole tournament, but, I also can play other moves like knight f3 on move one, or b3, or e4, or c4. So you do have to prepare for a lot of things. And I think that, in this case, it was just a line Fabiano wasn't super familiar with. I mean, it's not like he was worse. I mean, it was an equal position in the Catalan, like everything else, but the game kept dragging. And I think, today I was a little bit fortunate from that standpoint, but obviously I'll take it.
Are we getting another Italian tomorrow?
I mean, you'd have to ask Fabiano. I don't know. I don't
You're
know.
happy to repeat the fights you've had?
I have no idea what Fabiano will play tomorrow. I would just say that, I'm pretty happy with where I'm at right now. And yeah, if I play a good game tomorrow, everything should be over. If I don't, we'll go to tiebreakers. But, I'm in the best possible situation with draw odds. I mean, it's much better than being a situation where you have to hold with black to reach a tiebreaker. So yeah, we'll see. I expect Fabiano to fight, and yeah, it should be exciting and entertaining game tomorrow.
Do you feel any stronger now that you're back over 2,800? Is this like a magical thing that
I mean,
happens, very mythical thing, help you win
not
tomorrow?
really. I mean, I guess what I would say is to me, I feel like, everything happens for a reason and everything is the way it should be. I mean, I don't think there's any good reason in any world where I shouldn't have won one of the games against Misha, if not both games, and I didn't win either. And so I feel like this win today probably is sort of the universe balancing things after my failure in those two games, because there's no reason that I should not have won one if not both. So I think it's just things are balancing out. But I don't necessarily feel. I mean, I just feel like I'm playing chess, and it's
Yeah,
just it's fun to play. It's good to be competitive, and
very good.
yeah, I mean, it's not like there's anything special to it. It's just you just keep going.
There we go.
I really recognize that feeling of kind of like, oh, I did poorly in that game, but I shouldn't have won this one, so it all kind of evens out. That kind of
Hmm.
thinking. Do you think chess players are superstitious people?
Generally, yeah, but I mean, if you were to ask Magnus, he would say it's nonsense. He would just say he should win every game because he's Magnus. So it depends who you ask as far as that question goes. I mean, some people like Magnus would be like, "That's stupid. I should just win every game because I'm Magnus." But I tend to look at it that way. I think most people do, but I could be wrong, obviously.
Chess players in general has a reputation for being smart. How does that work together with superstitions?
I mean, you ask me these questions, which are interesting, slightly loaded. I think I'm just going to give a general statement here on the question about chess players being smart. Is if I think about the career I've had over the last 5 years, specifically in content creation, if I look at the first couple of years, like 2020, 2021 into 2022, my general view was sort of that, like, you want to have this perception that chess players are very smart, but a lot of the events that have transpired in the last 2 years kind of have ruined that image, I think, as far as it relates to everything online. So I don't try to pretend anymore that chess players are really smart. I don't think they are. There's certain types of skills you have to have in order to be successful at chess. But saying a chess player is smart is just complete baloney. Complete baloney. Sorry, I don't have anything better to say.
Well, I mean, I think you've caught me when you say I ask loaded questions. I definitely do. But at the same time, I do feel like that's kind of the job, right? To
Yeah,
set the
yeah, of
scene
course.
for you to
No, I
come
mean, I
come
think.
with some takes.
Yeah, I mean, I think in general, I mean, you have to have very good skills in terms of memorization, for example, pattern recognition. For if you're, I would say I've never seen a chess player who got above like 1,700 or 1,800 who didn't have the ability to actually see the board in their head, basically blindfold chess. I've never seen someone get above that, and that is definitely a skill, to be able to do that. So there are certain types of skills related to, pattern recognition, spatial awareness, and everything. But I mean, I don't think that fits the general theme of just being classically smart.
Do you have any final questions, James?
What are you doing to keep yourself basically in good spirits here? Of course, they say when you feel good, you play good lots of times. So definitely, what are you
Yeah.
doing for that? Taking care of yourself.
I mean, I think in general, it's just I have a routine, which is just in the morning I go out briefly, go to whole paycheck, get some food, come back, study, play the games, just rinse and repeat. I think having a routine is probably the most important thing. And I mean, of course, I've been in St. Louis so many years now. I've played so many tournaments over the years. But mostly it's just stick to the routine, don't do anything too crazy, and hopefully everything will work out.
Beautiful.
Hmm?
Okay, thank you, Hikaru. Congratulations on your win. Good luck tomorrow. Do you want to
Congrats.
Yeah.
say goodbye to chat as we
Yeah,
finish the
sure.
stream?
Sure. So big shout out to both Jan Ludwig Hammer and James Canty for the great coverage today of the grand finals and the American Cup here in St. Louis. Obviously, I did my recap, so you guys can go see that on YouTube. And just big shout out to everybody who's watching. And we'll be back tomorrow for hopefully what's the final? Well, definitely the final classical game, but hopefully the final game of the match. Or the tournament. So we'll see. But hope you guys enjoyed it. Have a great rest of your day, and I'll see everybody tomorrow. See you guys. Bye.